that we discovered there are some unregistered numbers. That is doing nothing really.
But the most challenging part, Right Honourable Speaker, are the
let's conclude this one over there.
The police,
Right Honourable Speaker,
getting money from them to be
doing
nothing because government has numbers. If you do not have money, they cannot go ahead them to help you go ahead and track and exactly committed these crimes. And also
now, colleagues, Honourable Minister for ICT has already promised us
going to
on
the police
the action he's going to take, and I'm very sure he will update the House.
Track those numbers. If you do not have money, they cannot go ahead to help you track who exactly committed these crimes.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, Honourable Minister for ICT has already promised us
somebody calls you
on the action he's going to take, and I'm very sure he will update the House.
Working with this radio.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I want to host you online. Just briefly, I wanted it online. Read another form at 9 p.m. Are you available? There will be a victim. Just the other day, somebody calls you, Honourable Minister or MP, I'm a journalist working with this radio. I want to host you online. And at 9 p.m., are you available? Still yes.
What is common with them?
1.5 hours.
What is common with them? At the end of the show, they tell you we have a project. We are supporting a child who has a sickle cell or what? What are you contributing? And
like we always do as members of parliament.
What is common with them?
Or a million and so forth.
What is common with them? At the end of the show,
one of my
they tell you we have a project.
Security officers who was in the child who has a sickle cell or what? What are you contributing? Now tune in
and like we always do as members of parliament.
But there was nothing. So 500,000 or a million and so forth. So in this case, one of my security officers who was in a lead car, because I told them I will be on radio, now tuned in the radio. But there was nothing. So when they were playing music throughout when I was on the phone. So
thank you. No, Honourable, let's conclude this, please, Honourable.
We are investigating. So we are investigating all these matters so that we bring sanity in our society, because many people are taking advantage of all these to con, especially leaders, and to con other Ugandans. So I just wanted to share this information for members of parliament to be alert of that.
Honourable Betawol, correct, this can't end.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Maybe we should now switch on to something else. Right Honourable Speaker, I am up on the issue of GROW project. GROW project is actually, in full, is generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises. We have always seen on TV and heard about it, and also got some trainings, especially for us women. Last year, December, we got some trainings on GROW project. But the information we received last year is completely very different from what is supposed to be on the implementation. Now, when we were in Gulu City for regional parliament, there was a launch in Hotel Africana on the 28th last month. And there, some informations were given again. The informations vary. Now we have, six banks to help us implement these GROW projects, which is meant to support women, especially women in business. And what has actually annoyed me in this, some of us have been sensitizing and giving information to our women down there. We thought this was going to be a solution to lift our women businesses from where they are to some level. But now, at first they say credit matching grant, but now it is loans. Well, we don't mind the loans, but you will find that also the terms are vary in different banks. Why don't we harmonize the terms? And you will find that you need also collateral. Collateral, is it land title? Where are the women going to get a land title when it was supposed to be grant from World Bank grant to Uganda? And it is for 2022 to 2027. The time is almost gone. For us, the Acholi sub-region and the women, we would fit very much in this area. Special incentives for women entrepreneurs drawn from underserved minority groups such as Batwa, Ik, Tepeth, and Bennett, or borrowers in the notably poverty-stricken sub-region of Karamoja, 10 districts, Busoga, Bukedi, 20 districts. I would pray that at Acholi, you all know that Acholi poverty index right now is at 68%. And for us, we really find it hard if we leave the Acholi women out. Even for me who is in the city, finds a lot of difficulties. And the women in the market will find a lot of difficulties getting this very support or grants or loans. Then how about...
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable.
Right, Honorable. My prayer is that the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development should better go and sit and try to help us so that women are able to access this fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister for Finance.
Some banks say the money was over now. The one they give them is over.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, GROW project is an intervention that has come on top of other wealth funds which we have in place, Emyoga, PDM, the Women Entrepreneurship Fund, or WEP, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, GROW is aimed at supporting the women who have graduated from these other programs. You started with Emyoga, you started with PDM, now you have become big a little bit, you need more capital to expand. These are the target group. We are lending from 4 million to 200. We have 6 participating banks at the moment. The interest rate ranges between 10 and 10.5%, depending on the commercial bank which you have entered into an arrangement with, and the requirements for accessing the loan are as follows. For instance, I'm going to use an illustration of Postbank. If you have an arrangement, or if you want to enter into an arrangement with Postbank, you are required to have an account with the bank. There is a security or collateral required. If you are a group can guarantee you. You are required, if you have been banking, you will be required to avail your bank statement for a 12-month period. You are required to have a business license. You are required to have the loan budget or what you want to use the money for. You are required to have your business record. Your LC1 must recommend you, and then also guarantors. The total amount, the portfolio we have put in place is 180 billion. Mr. Speaker, this project is being implemented by Ministry of Gender in partnership with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, specifically under PSFU, Private Sector Foundation. I think this is the basic information I can provide to a member to allay her fears. It is not for everybody. It is for those who have graduated, moving from one point to another. If we want, we can come to the house with a detailed statement. But in the meantime, this is the basic information I can provide off cuff to the house. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, GROW, you're running after one component which has around 186? Okay? But this was a project of around 238? Yeah, $217 million. Okay? So there are other components which you should also be concerned about. I think what we do, Honorable Minister, if we can give you Tuesday, so that you come with a statement on the progress, status report, on the progress of implementation of the project. Then I give members, okay, time, they debate after getting clear information, so that it's not a few members who have information and others don't have. We all have critical information. Tuesday, no, let's leave it to Tuesday. Oh no, Tuesday. Let's leave it to Tuesday. Honourable Minister for Gender, Tuesday is okay? Tuesday should be. Because there are other components which are interested in those.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, since we have to work in collaboration, I pray that you give us Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes, to allow time to...
Okay, Wednesday I can give it to disaster and GROW, so that we go deeply into this. Okay? Honorable Harriet Businge.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on the issue of the Kafo River Bridge. I recall this week, at the beginning of this week, we handled the Kafo River of the Masindi Kampala Road. I saw it necessary, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring the House to recall that sometime last year, the Kafo Bridge on the Hoima Kampala Road overflooded. Actually, it necessitated us to change route, take the Masindi route up to Hoima. And when you summoned the Minister of Works, he stood here, Right Honorable members, and promised that after the rains stopped, the Minister of Works would engage whoever was necessary and whatever was needed to ensure that they do constructive work on the bridge. Many dry seasons have come, Right Honorable Speaker, and the ministry is nowhere. If you've passed there today, the water is dangerously rising, and it is being worsened by the fact that now this traffic diversion on the Gulu-Kampala Road, on the Karuma, all the heavy traffic now has gone to Hoima. It is dangerous. I'm here with the prayers, one, that the minister explains to us why he really didn't live to his word when he stood here on the floor and told members he was going to do when the rain subsided. And two, Right Honorable, that Honorable Minister of Works is among the most disciplined ministers we have. Why would he lie to the House? Secondly, why? What programs does he have? I thank you.
You mean you doubt the discipline of ministers?
He's among
Honorable Minister Yamukama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm happy for my honorable sister to agree that I'm disciplined and the disciplined people don't tell lies. Right, Honorable Speaker, Kafu is a very big river. It rotates from the Nakasongola side. It goes through Masindi up the border of Chiboga and Hoima. Her issue is quite different from the one I mentioned the floor yesterday, but one. She has been on our neck, and we are happy that we have been updating what has been going on. Currently, we have given an addendum, the contractor who is on Busunju Hoima Road, to work on the Calf Swamp, and I must inform you, your letter to inform you officially, it is on the way. Tomorrow it will come. We have already instructed him to take up that matter. Meanwhile, as we look for the money to work on the other one, which cuts from the Nakasongola side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Biraro.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. I rise on a matter of national importance with regard to the tea industry. Right, Honorable Speaker, since the year 2022 to date, the tea industry has been facing turbulence ranging from hiked prices of inputs, falling prices, and black tea of prices, and lack of regulation in the sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, in some areas of Uganda, like Buhweju, Bushenyi, Chenjojo, Kabarore, and Mitoma, Right, Honorable Speaker, farmers are currently uprooting their tea gardens in despair. Right, Honorable Speaker, in some government has on several occasions promised a tea policy and subsidy on farm inputs. My prayers, Right, Honorable Speaker, can government update the tea farmers about the progress of subsidy on inputs, especially fertilizers, which are required this season? Second prayer, Right, Honorable Speaker, can government inform this House about the progress on tea policy, which is lacking in our sector? Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker. I present.
Thank you. Honorable Mujicha had come to office on a related matter.
Thank you so much, Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, you know government has been giving out seedlings to farmers. Buhweju is one district that has received seedlings from government, and so we have a lot of tea. And so when tea prices come down, government loses twice. That the farmers are not getting money, the incomes remain low, but also the money they incurred in procuring tea seedlings that were given to farmers. So I would like to ask government to take this matter seriously so that we see what we can do, because the tea industry is dying. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Minister for Finance. These are issues of money, and MPs asking about subsidies, about fertilizer.
Mr. Speaker, this matter was not handled by Finance.
No, I'm saying these are issues which involve money. You see, we have a player, I think in football, is it number 5 or number 6? Number 6. He can be a goalkeeper, he can be in defense, he can be anywhere. But the Minister of Trade should come back and respond to this matter. Oh, Minister for Information, do you have?
Yes, thank you very much. I share the concerns the honorable member from Buhweju is raising, the members of parliament from Buhweju, because Kanungu is also a tea growing area. This matter was discussed extensively by cabinet, and a number of measures were arrived at, some of which you are reporting on, like a subsidy on fertilizers, which fertilizers will be given through the tea companies, and also supporting tea companies, and also waiving off some taxes for tea companies. So I think you give time to government to come and give a report on how far government has gone in terms of addressing these issues. But the tea issue is a global phenomenon which is affecting many other countries. The reduction in the prices
is due to factors which are largely extrinsic from outside, but the government takes note, and I think give us time, and then the government will come back and give an update on how far we have gone addressing these concerns.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, I request you capture this matter, then the Prime Minister on Thursday in her responses is one of the issues she can handle after consulting the ministries involved. Thank you. Honorable Itaza. Honorable Piachut.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of advanced national importance on the 47-year delay in the payment of ex-employees of the East Africa Community. Right Honorable Speaker, last year the First Deputy Prime Minister presented an action-taken report in response to the above subject matter based on the committee recommendations of the East Africa Community on their payments. And she informed the House that to address these issues, one, government will be tabling a bill on the East Africa Community Mediation Agreement to address the issues that have bogged down the payment for the last 47 years. Two, she also informed the House that 1,027 files had been retrieved from the former employees and they had been forwarded to the Ministry of Finance under the Internal Auditor General's Office for computation, verification, and inclusion in the budget for 2024-2025. It's now 1 year down the road. The bill has not been presented on the floor of Parliament and it's not on the legislative agenda. Secondly, on the 1,027 files, the Ministry of East African Affairs says they have not yet received the verification and computations from Ministry of Finance, and therefore this cannot be captured in the budget. It wasn't captured in the 2024-2025 budget. We had been told that if they are completed on time, it will be captured as a supplementary. Right Honorable Speaker, we are now going into the next budgeting cycle and still the computations have not been done. My prayers are that one, government gives us a status on when the EAC Mediation Agreement Bill will be tabled on the floor of Parliament, and two, Ministry of Finance to expedite the computations and verifications with a view of presenting a supplementary budget so that these people can be paid. Some have died, others are crippled, they're bedridden, waiting for 47 years for their payment. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Let us get a response on Tuesday from government on this issue. Honorable Florence Nebanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, urging government for speed delivery intervention in a calamity that is about to befall the education sector, most especially in the primary UPE schools, primary schools. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are all aware that UPE caters for the 85% of the local population in Uganda, and there is a move to paralyze the whole process. How? We are having teachers, more especially in primary school, who are registering in early retirement before their due date. And it is affecting service delivery in most of the schools. As I speak, a school of 7 classrooms, apparently, there are 4 teachers catering for all the classes per school. We are facing a challenge, not only in Butaleja, countrywide. As a member on the Forum for Children, we moved in many relevant districts, Butaleja, Jinja, Arua, Koboko, Kalangala. They are all facing the same issues. How does this come about? The teachers at one point are forced to seek for contributions from the parents. And we are all aware that the president came out very, very clearly on this matter, that there shouldn't be any parent making any contribution towards UPE schools. But now we are all aware, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that the budget for primary schools is very small for any school to function. Now, we are faced with a challenge on ground. between the offices of the RDC and the head teachers in school. As I speak in Butalenja, we have head teachers who are arrested. And all this is affecting the services, and like I've said, it's leading to an conducive environment for schools in relevant constituencies. My prayer: who is going to teach the children of the poor if the rate of early retirement is not retired? Secondly,
is that a prayer, Honorable?
Yeah, requesting. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Another question. Is the ministry aware of what is taking place in the UPE schools? Finally, can Parliament interest itself carry out oversight in regard to this information that I provided and indulge the President for an immediate intervention on the state of the government schools in the country? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Parliament has always, for it, done its oversight role. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my sister, Honorable Florence, for raising that matter, which is today really on the issue of teachers. And I'm very much aware, and that's why I'm the Minister of Primary Education, and I'm aware of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, it is true that out of 10.9 learners in primary education, 9.6 are all in public schools, that is in UPE, whereas the balance of 1.something million are in private schools. She's very right to say that over 90% of learners in primary education, they are found in UPE schools. Number two, she's right because knowing that the budget that we have in place is not really adequate to support the school as we expect. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, aware that for us to have a comprehensive compulsory universal education, we need 309.1 billion for only primary education in universal education. And in principle, we've all agreed, and we're on the same platform, that we need, as Minister of Education and Sports, to provide policy direction to see to it that this vision of implementing comprehensive, compulsory, universal education for our children, we all look to achieve that vision. What I can tell my sister, indeed it is true, the teachers are inadequate, but all the same, teachers in, not across, of course, all, but in those critically really districts that need to recruit teachers, and also coding of the schools, the new ones. I cannot provide right now, but we have it in our budget. So I can assure my colleague that we may not handle everything at a go, but every financial year we try to increase budget for recruitment. As I conclude, I want to thank her for raising that concern, but let's all speak the same language to advocate, to ensure that we implement compulsory, comprehensive, universal education that will come along with recruiting enough teachers and increasing capitation grant and increasing all what it takes to provide that education for our learners. I thank you.
Honorable Grania Hope.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance concerning the people of Mubende. Being a woman MP for the whole district, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to speak about a matter that befell 3 constituencies. We have a number of wards. One is Gayaza in Mubende municipality. Another is Kagoma, Chirangwa, Kajumiro ward in Nabingola sub-county, which were badly hit by hailstorm, Right Honorable Speaker. Many animals were destroyed, Right Honorable Speaker. Our people have received money from PDM They have invested this money in agriculture mostly. Crops have been swept away, gardens have been taken away, their homes have been affected badly, Right Honorable Speaker. The people I'm speaking about, Right Honorable Speaker, are now homeless, they have nothing to eat. Right Honorable Speaker, through you to my sister, Honorable Abel, and government, my prayers are that government comes in through the Minister of Relief and Disaster Preparedness to help these people with food and non-food items. Right Honorable Speaker, on several occasions, I've stood here on the same issue for Mubende district, but in most cases, I remember it was only once that we received partial relief as to what was stipulated that was going to be done, Right Honorable Speaker. Let them be provided with non-food items like tarpaulins, iron sheets, and other food items, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the people should also...
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hope Granier, I would like to take note and still request that the district sends a report to the ministry. But we are also constituting a team of technical people from our office to move around and do, to gather these reports all together, because hailstone is a natural disaster, so that we can see how to plan on a long-term livelihood support for these areas that are often affected by hailstone. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Soroka Emba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand on a matter of national importance about, again, the electricity distribution in the Bukoma Nsimbi. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy is becoming an enemy of progress for the people of Bukoma Nsimbi. We have 4 parishes: Kasebwera, Mbale, Chinoni, Chakamunya, Chankola, and Chidasaka, that have never had any single pole of electricity. We got a loan in 2022 about the same. Even my brother, the government chief whip, wrote a letter to Ministry of Energy. We haven't got any response. My prayer is the Ministry of Energy not only to come with a report, but to tell us the status of power in the Bukoma Nsimbi. We would have developed more than we are. Power is a source of revenue to the country. Why don't you bring power to Bukoma Nsimbi? We give money to this government. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, Minister for Information, I saw.
Yes, we need power in the Bukoma Nsimbi and the rest of the country. So I agree with him that the power should be extended. True, we passed a loan request here in Parliament, and I think the Minister of Energy has been here in recent days to explain the progress. There have been delays in processing this loan. Usually there is a long distance in terms of time between when we approve a loan request and then the procedural steps we take before our implementation starts, especially the World Bank funded programs. But the program is still on.
Honourable Minister, I don't have that time.
So the assurance I wanted to give the honourable member from Bukoma Nsimbi that one, the minister has been here a few days ago clarifying that they are finalizing all the arrangements to start with implementation of that program which we passed here, and I'm quite certain that Bukoma Nsimbi district is among those which will benefit. So let's be patient. All of us have the same questions which we are raising, and we are patiently waiting for the start of implementation.
Thank you. So, colleagues, let's handle item 7. We shall debate it with item 4.
Item 7. Item 7 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government
on the Auditor General's report on referral hospitals and specialized health institutions for the year ended June 2023.
Honorable Chivumbi. No, honorable colleagues, please allow me. I handle these matters. I have given 2.5 hours to members' issues. Kindly let's handle at least this item. Oh, sorry, it's item number 4. Sorry, clerk, item number 4. No, honorable colleagues, it's not that I must take procedure all the time. It's a discretion of the speaker. Yeah, please. Please. No, please.
Item 4 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on public universities and tertiary institutions for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi, let me first make it clear. Colleagues, you are not the first members who have risen on procedure, and as a custodian of the rules, I've not given chance. Others have complied. Please, let's behave like other members of parliament. We are all equal in this house. And I've always given opportunity. So I don't want to appear there are members who are special and others are just ordinary. So, Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi, please.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, on record, please. Go on. Please, I'm not granting any points now. I'm informing you, honorable colleagues. Allow me. I do some work. Okay?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, if you are not ready, you tell me. I can go to the next item.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this house for the last 20 years. I know a matter of procedure supersedes when there are competing matters on the floor of the House. When there is a clarification, when there is information, when a member raises a point of procedure, then that supersedes the others. But it's at the discretion of the presiding officer to accept the procedural matter or not. Mr. Speaker, is it procedurally right for these two colleagues of mine to insist? Is it in order for these colleagues of mine to insist, after even your guidance, that they must speak when you have guided the House? Is it really in order?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, when I make a decision here, the rules provide for you on how you can challenge my decision. You don't challenge a decision of the Speaker by standing up, insisting, disrupting others. No. The rules give you, because I'm not Omega and Alpha. That's why the rules give you a chance. So refer to Rule 87 where you can challenge me. Okay? Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's very difficult to proceed in this kind of environment. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I'm going to invoke Rule 89. Honorable Sechkubo, Theodore, Honorable Sunday, Arion, kindly take your seats. Honorable Chibundi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's difficult for me to speak when someone is standing here. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a report of a Public Accounts Committee on central government on universities and tertiary institutions for year ended June 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, you may recall yesterday, and I'll seek your special indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker, you may recall yesterday a debate here ensued about the funding, the gap in the recruitment of universities, the capacity of the staff, the gaps. Right Honorable Speaker, a decision was Right Honorable Speaker, a decision was Right Honorable Speaker, a decision
Honorable Chivumbi, go on.
Honorable Speaker, let me lay on table. Let me lay on table the report of the Public Accounts Committee for tertiary institutions for the year ended June 23. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Let me lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker, minutes of the meeting. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, with your special indulgence. Yesterday there was a debate that ensued here, and later on I'll seek your permission to allow me, just as a recap, it's not part of the report, furnish this committee with the extract which my secretariat has compiled on the state of staffing in all public universities. The Ministry of Finance requested the Auditor General to do a special audit of all universities and tertiary institutions and all government agencies on the payroll. During that exercise, the staffing level in every government entity was established. So that applies to universities. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I think if you allow me, let me just first clear that one out, because that is okay to deal with.
That's okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me, the Auditor General reviewed the staff establishment of the following public universities to ascertain their completeness and relevance to the entity established, and noted the following. Universities, 1. Soroti University, approved structure. This is how it will be. I will read: approved structure, field position, the gap, and the percentage of the filled position. For Soroti University, it has an approved structure of 1,312. The number of positions filled, 242. The gap, 1,700. Percentage filled, 18%. Busitema University, the approved structure, 3,559. Filled positions, 503. The gap, 3,556. Percentage, 14%. Kabale University, 2,076. Filled positions, 506. The gap, 1,570. Percentage, 24. Chambogo University, which was a bone of contention. The approved structure, 2,598. Filled positions, 913. The gap is 1,685. Percentage, 35. Makerere University of Kampala, 5,835. Filled positions, 5,835. Filled positions, 3,141. The gap is 2,694. Percentage is 53%. And I think that's why our boss was once there in that department. It's the best university. No, there's LDC. Must, 2,609. Filled positions, 581. The gap, 2,042. Percentage, 22%. Gulu University, 1,568. Filled positions, 571. The gap, 977. Percentage, 36%. Lira University, 991. Filled positions, 265. The gap is 726. Percentage, 26%. LDC, 202. Filled positions, 135. The gap is 67. Percentage is 68. Right Honorable Speaker, from what I've just read, it is only Makerere University that is staffed at over 50% of the approved staff structure. What this means that for the rest of other universities, there is very little they can do to achieve their output. For example, Busitema University, Soroti University must have, which have 14, 18, and 22% staffing level, are depriving learners of the much needed services. We are aware, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the rest is history. Right Honorable Speaker, that's the information that fills the staffing level of all public universities, drawn from a special audit done by the Auditor General on the directives of the Minister of Finance.
Now, Honorable Chair, maybe we will consider it when we are studying the whole report. But colleagues, for your information, today, the top management of Busitema University visited me at office, and they told me something which really surprised me, because it had never come to my attention, that we give public universities wage, but we don't give them money for social security. Now, other MDAs, we give wage plus pension, because they will get pension. But for public universities, we give social security, we don't give wage. So now, so we give wage, but we don't give social security. So now they told me all their little money for NTR goes to social security, and sometimes it's not enough. They are under pressure They're being sued there. So how do you pay wage which has no social security? You know? So, but when I got this, I said, this is not only finance, but even us here, when we are appropriating, how do we appropriate a component wage that has no matching social security? Meaning we appropriate net instead of gross. And I called the Minister for Public Service, Honorable Mururi Mukasa, and he said he has just known it. So all of us. So, but what I've guided them, Honorable Minister for Finance, to do, I told them through their forum of public universities, they should write and bring it to the attention of government so that it can be looked into. I don't, Honorable Minister. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for asking the question I'm going to ask. Did they disclose to you the extent of their non-wage component? Because what most of these people do, they want to allocate. Wage is normally budgeted for separately. Then other statutory obligations, NSSF, gratuity, etc., is under the category of non-wage. But what they do, they want to pay their allowances, their other obvious things, and leave these statutory obligations because they know when they complain, you will definitely do a supplementary or otherwise. So I really want us to go deeper into their budget and ask them what they are using their non-wage for before we go to asking whether we should give them more money or not.
Yeah, no, Honorable Minister, me what I was putting here is that money should be in the budget. When their budget is being passed here, money for social security that matches with the wage, okay, should be in clearly, not left in just a pool, but clearly identified as money for social security.
Before I come, so, Mr. Speaker,
So me, I've just given information. What I can request from the Minister, can you call accounting officers of public universities, okay, and you engage them on this issue?
Yes, we are going to call them,
yeah,
but for the benefit of all the accounting officers, there is a work plan. We ask you to support your numbers with the work plan. The work plan itemizes what you are going to spend on, and this is done at entity level. So if we give you, say, 10 billion on non-wage, you as the accounting officer, you must determine what you are going to use this 10 billion non-wage for. I want to believe that what informs the allocations are the obvious things. You know you have statutory obligations. If you have wage, you know you must pay NSSF. This one should take priority. And I will guide them, I will discuss with them, but they need to also help us. Let them not take advantage of us. Let them also do what they are supposed to do before they come to us to cry for more money.
Honorable Awagon.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I do sit on the Committee of Education and Sports, and then equally Park Central. And these cries have come to Parliament, not for the first time. I think government should pull out from trying to hide from responsibility. When we talk about wage, it takes the first call of the budget. And therefore, government should be very clear. You are trying to prioritize other issues. Then you hide behind non-wage. And then you tell us that you are supposed to plan from there. What is it that is stopping government from demarcating and putting it clearly there? That now this wage is coming in this size. It is very known. If you are going to compete for NSSF, there's a percentage. You apply and communicate.
Is there any letter from the ministry that shows that you communicated to that effect? That now, for instance, you got 100 million, 10% is for NSSF, and you have added it here. That's what we would expect from a government that is very, very serious like yours.
Thank you.
And therefore, I think let's take it seriously now.
Vice Chair, budget.
Serious.
Vice Chair, budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking as a chair budget, but I was, before coming to budget, a chair for the Committee of Science and Technology. You sent us, Mr. Speaker, to all the public universities in the country. We found 3 key things. One, some of these universities collect more NTR, and they budget for it. But when they, you made a statement there yesterday, my Minister of Finance, when they request for this money, that money is not forthcoming. We find dire situations in Kampala University, in Mountains of the Moon, in Soroti, in Gulu, in Muni, in Busitema, and the report was presented by the current chair of budget of science, Honorable Alex Nzonsaba here. There is a problem of the return of NTR, and some of these universities have stagnated because they don't get their NTR in order to expand even the facilities. Some of them are teaching students and in the tents. Number 2, because of the ban on recruitment, universities like Mbarara lost very senior PhD staff who had just qualified and they had just come from Europe. Because they didn't have a wage, they couldn't recruit, and we lost them to the neighboring countries. It was painful. Others went to the US. So I think there are more issues that we could discuss with respect to these universities. The question of the responsiveness of the Ministry of Finance in returning NTR, even to expand the facilities that are there. Number 2, the question of ban on recruitment. We are losing the most senior cadre staff, and even the application of retirement to professors in university is dangerous, because you find some of the young professors who have just come from abroad, just because they have hit 60 years, they are treated as civil servants, and most of them are forced to retire at a time when they should provide support to young academics in the universities. How do you retire a professor at his maturity when he's able to support this country at 60 years? They are being treated as civil servants. Mr. Speaker, I think we need a more comprehensive analysis of some of the issues facing the universities today.
Honorable Chair, when I was joining Makere University Council, the professors were retiring at 60 years. And indeed, the argument you brought, that's the argument some of us brought, and said, you cannot lose someone. A professor at 60 is just maturing to be a real professor, and you just lose them like that. So we said, no. We extended retirement age to 80, okay? And you retire at 60, but you gain a contract, you continue up to 80, and even at 80, if you're still doing fine, and the university assesses you and feels you're doing fine, they retain you. I can tell you that's how most of these professors have remained at Makere. You are going to lose the most prominent professor. That's how you lost the Sebufus. You had lost this Professor Opio, the one we buried, the Opio Eperu. Some of the best brains, and they were being poached by universities in Nairobi. That's how Professor Bobby, the best mathematician, Professor Maswa, you lost them because of a rigid policy. But now when they did this, you've retained the best professors at Makerere, and they are doing very well and still mentoring other people. Anyway, we are going into issues which are in the report.
Yeah,
let's get to the report.
Right on,
we
open get the report. Yeah. Sometimes honesty is key in public service. When interacting with when I presented this report, some of these universities, actually government has been doing well in terms of meeting the budgets of public universities. Nearly most of them at 100% and above 95% in terms of approved budget and warranted money. And the report is going to reveal. Secondly, government issues a budget called circular for entities to plan accordingly, to list of priorities. So it is inconceivable that a planning institution cannot budget for wage and others, and then you budget for diaries and budget for other things. We interacted with the very dicey matter. Government universities, not one, not two, came to the budget and told us government is not paying for the 4,000 students. When we interacted the budget, when we interrogated the figures, we realized that most of them were lying. Government was paying for all its government-sponsored students in all universities. So they were saying the gap is there because government has not paid. When we looked into the figures, that was a false argument.
Yeah, but what this means, Honorable Chivumbi, is that when they submit their plans, work plans and all that, we don't scrutinize.
Exactly.
Okay? Otherwise, finance should be able to say, no, we have rejected your budget, go back and budget for social security. But if they submit when they have not budgeted for social security and you accept, then it means you're also not doing your job this side.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think everyone needs to style up, both government and Minister of Finance. And in our report, by the
and even us here.
Yeah.
Even us here, committees.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in our other report that we shall present, we have indicted the committees of Parliament for not doing a good job in terms of approval of the budget processes here in Parliament. But that's for another day. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've just put you on notice that committees of national economy and all sector committees are indicted in our report for failure to do a decent job, including the one of finance where I sit. Right, Honorable Speaker, the first part is introduction. That is in accordance. I can skip that. Scope I can skip. Let me go to general observation. And this will answer the first question. The Auditor General reported that a number of public universities experienced revenue shortfalls and resulting from under-release of funds by the Minister of Finance, as illustrated in the table below. Right, Honorable Speaker, Chambogo University had a budget of 138.66 billion. There is a table. Amount of money warranted to Chambogo University was the same 100% warrant. So it got all the money that it requested for. MOBS had a budget of 115 billion. It got 110, which the unwarranted was 4 billion, a percentage of 96%. Unwarranted percentage was 4.0%. Makere University had a budget of 377.35 billion. It got a budget of 368 warrants of 368, 9.10. Unwarranted amount of money was 8 billion. Percentage of warrant 98%. Unwarranted 2%. Gulu University had a budget of 78.482 billion. It was warranted 69.91 billion. Unwarranted was 9.19 billion. A warrant performance of 88% and unwarranted 11.7%. UMI had a budget of 36.93 billion. Warranted was 36.718. Unwarranted was only 182 million. In terms of percentage, it is 100%. Kabale University had a budget of 63 billion, 0.2. Warranted was 54. Unwarranted was 8.55 billion. A warrant percentage of 86%. Unwarranted 13.5%. Lira University had a budget of 30.815 billion. Warranted was 30.776. Unwarranted was 39 million. Warrant in terms of percentage is near 100%. Moni University had a budget of 25 billion.94. Warranted was 24.733. Unwarranted was 1 billion.207. a percentage of 95%. Mast University had a budget of 59.4 billion, warranted was 57.547 billion, unwarranted was 1.85 billion, a warrant percentage of 73%, the other 3%. Sorot University had warrants of 24.758 billion, warranted was 22, unwarranted was 2.73, 92% warrant and 8% non-warrant. Busitema University had a budget of 61.5 billion, warranted were 52.44 billion, unwarranted were 9.1 billion, 85% warrant, 14% non-warrant. MMU University had a budget of 95.9 billion. It was warranted 94. It was warranted 44. Unwarranted was 1.8, 96%, 4% respectively. LDC had a budget of 29 billion, 0.663. It was warranted 29.651. Unwarranted was just 12 million, 100% warrant. Right Honorable Speaker, total amount of money warranted to universities, 1,580 billion. That is approved the budget. What was warranted was 1,010 billion. Unwarranted was 47 billion. The percentage warrant was 96, and unwarranted was 4.4%. The accounting officer attributed the shortfall for non-release of funds by the Ministry of Finance on revenues appropriated by Parliament. Committee observation. The committee observed that the shortfalls in revenue implies that these public universities could not fully finance their programs, which in turn affected service delivery. The committee further observed that a total of 47 billion, 0.163 billion remained unwarranted across the universities. For example, Busitema, Kabale, Soroti, and Guru universities had the biggest percentage of unreleased budgets of 14.8%, 13.6%, 8.4%, and 11.7% respectively, as illustrated in the table above. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, however, recommends government for the 100% release to Chambogo University and Lira University, including Uganda Management Institute and the Law Development Center. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance should provide adequate funding to public universities as appropriated by Parliament to enable implementation of planned activities. That too, that the Accountant General strictly enforces Section 15, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, which requires that the annual cash flow plans issued under subsection 1 be the basis of release of funds to entities. Utilization of warrants. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that the majority of public universities and tertiary institutions did not fully utilize or absorb all their warranted funds, which translated into underperformance and non-implementation of some of the planned activities, subsequently affecting the achievement of overall objectives of the entities as illustrated in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, the table below shows you the approved budget, the warranted money, what the universities were able to utilize, and what remained unutilized, and the percentage. I don't need to go through it one by one, but to take a note that a total of 25.17 billion remained unutilized by entities irrespective of the fact that the money was warranted to them. The committee recommendation that the Auditor General the accounting officers should strictly adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST pursuant to Section 45 of the PFM. The contract binds accounting officers to deliver on activities in the work plan of the vote for the financial year submitted under Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act. That government should consider lifting the ban on recruitment in public universities by public service. I think it has been done. Right Honorable Speaker, not yet. The argument for the unutilized warrants of the 27 was that this whole money had been for recruitment of staff, but there was a ban. So entities could not utilize this money, and hence it was swept back. Performance of non-tax revenue. The Auditor General audited the performance of non-tax revenue across public universities and tertiary institutions for the financial year 2023 and noted that the majority of entities significantly underperformed in their NTR correction in respect to their approved targets, except for Sitema, Kabale University and Law Development Center, as illustrated in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, we have put a table for what NTR was approved by Parliament, what actually the universities collected. Because of time, members can go through one by one. The variance between A and B, and the performance. Right Honorable Speaker, a total of 337.332 billion remained uncollected, irrespective of the fact that the universities had budgeted for them. Right Honorable Speaker, I go to the committee observation on this point. The committee observed that Instruction 410.2 of Treasury Instructions 2017 requires planning and budgeting to be closely linked to the budgets to reflect the entity's policies over the period covered and should represent statement of intent against which performance is measured. Therefore, not meeting targets of NTR undermines the importance of the entire budgeting process and affects the posting in the entity's accounts. The committee further observed that universities run a risk of loss of revenue from students who do not pay full amounts of fees at the end of the year. This eventually results in two bad debts, which deny the university resources for implementation of planned activities. There are students who get admitted but never get to register. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the big issue across universities. So many students get admitted, but because of poverty, they don't get to register. For you to be registered in the university, especially for private sponsored students, you have to first pay. Admission is not enough. So in the audit report, there are students in their thousands who are admitted to various universities and can't register. A typical example of this was from Lila region, Lango region. The University of Lila made a very sad submission that only 4 students from Lila region were able to be admitted on government sponsorship in Lila University. Only 4. And the 4 were all from private secondary schools. In Lila, in the whole of Lango sub-region. It is an indictment for leaders from there to do a bit of. That report is very, is for you to read, and the Honorable Minister here, you are from Lango sub-region, you are doing extremely bad love in terms of how you can't even take advantage. You can't even take advantage of the university that has been brought to Lango region. Is it poverty? Judgment is out for you. Right Honorable Speaker, you are nationalist, so you fail to get admitted to your university. I think you better make that. Right Honorable Speaker, 4.3, costing and implementation of outputs and activities. Unsupported outputs, which will answer the question the minister was supposed. Honorable Minister, you better listen. Honorable Minister of Finance, this speaks to your point. Costing and implementation of outputs and activities. Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to know whether Honorable Chivumbi is in order to blame the number of the students admitted to Lira University to the leadership, yet the admission is not done by the
by the leaders of Lamu. Is it really in order?
Honorable colleagues, since this statement was not part of the report, and we are receiving a report, let it be expunged. Let it be removed from the record of Parliament. Because we are, Honorable Chivumbi, read the report. Otherwise, statements outside the report, they might be attributed to the committee, that they are not in the report.
Yeah, expunge them, but those reports are there. That section is in the Auditor General's report.
No, but it did not blame readers. Okay? We are talking about the readers. Colleagues here, you're indicting colleagues, Honorable.
All right.
Thank you.
No. In agreement with the honorable member, are you imputing that we political leaders, we should influence admissions in the public universities?
But Honorable, how are you commenting on a statement that has been expunged?
Okay. But that's confirming that it should be expunged.
Now, you remember you spoke 1.5 hours on air. Without so Honorable Chivumbi gone the report. Then in debate you can give your views.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General unsupported output budgets. The Auditor General reported that all the 5 outputs assessed for Lira University were not supported by individual activity costing. Muni University had all the 8 outputs not supported by individual activity costing, while Soroti University had 2 outputs not supported by individual activity costing and budgets. Accounting officers explained that the universities prepare all the budget outputs in the program budget system. However, by the structure of the system, all the details could not be captured. The committee, however, noted that despite the above justification, the accounting officer could not provide such source document, for the costed outputs. Because of the new system, universities were saying why they don't cost outputs is because the system cannot take all the characters. But during the auditing process, they are source documents which you can avail to the auditors. Observation. The committee observed that Regulation 11.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2016 requires that a vote prepares work plans that indicate the outputs of a vote for the financial year, while Regulation 12.1(2)(d) of the Public Finance Management Regulation 216 states that the work plans for a vote shall indicate the funding allocated to each activity. The committee observed that most of the entities failed and neglected to comply with these statutory provisions, which impacted on the alignment of the activities to policy statements, thereby distorting planning and implementation of government programs. The committee further observed that to assess the performance of outputs, all supporting activities must be costed, quantified. Thus, failure to provide detailed costing for activities implies that the costing at output level cannot be justified, and as such, there is a risk that entities either over or under budgeted for those outputs. Committee recommendation that the Minister of Finance should address the compatibility challenges of the program budgeting system for purposes of capturing and inputting costed outputs and activities for entities. Parliament should not approve budgets for entities without costed outputs and activities. The accounting officers of Soroti, Moni, and Lila University should be held liable for not costing their respective budgets, output, and activities as required by Regulation 11.3 and Regulation 12.2(d) of the Public Finance Management Act. The Minister of Finance should continuously build the capacity of the users of the PBS dedicated to quantification function. Implementation of output. Right Honorable Speaker. The Auditor General assessed the implementation of output that had been fully quantified and noted that activity had been fully implemented, partially implemented, and those that had been completely unimplemented as illustrated in the figure below, in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, I will not go through all this table. I will only highlight 2 universities and I let the members read the full text of this because it's the heart of the audit. Right Honorable Speaker, Kampala University, the Auditor General total output sampled 3 outputs that had been fully quantified with a total of 17 activities worth 202.511 billion. Fully implemented, only 1 output with 5 activities and expenditure worth 1,375 million was fully implemented. 2 outputs with 12 activities worth 1,136 million were partially implemented. The entity fully implemented 3 activities, 2 activities were partially implemented, while 7 activities remained unimplemented. Right Honorable colleague, what it means that this entity got money, fully warranted and paid to it, and they spent it, and some activities remained unimplemented. And later on, that means that money was either diverted or there was a sub. So, but later on I'm going to establish the figure from the account for each university that diverted and mischarged anywhere. So that's an example. But Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General, in my other report, which I've failed, needs to a little style up, and I've provided the way, the structure, how this should be structured. For him to come to Parliament and tell us only 2.5 billion was sampled out of Kampala University budget of like 77 billion, and then goes on to say only 1.3 billion was fully implemented. Then for the 1.3 billion, he simply gives a narration of what was activities implemented, no amount of money placed. That sends a PAC committee to turn it into another audit bureau, which is out of our scope and makes our work extremely difficult. Right Honorable Speaker, we will beg you at the right time to cause an interaction with the Office of the Auditor General, because if this continues, I would have recommended to Parliament to reject almost entirely the Auditor General's report. I was only persuaded by members because in our humble view, there is always room for improvement. And later on from other entities where we have rejected, I'll get to you to know. So I've put a full table that establishes those quantified activities. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll jump that table and go to committee observation. And this will speak to Chambogo University.
Honorable, you have 15 minutes?
Yes. A review of the entity's final statement by the committee revealed that for partially implemented activities, funds were diverted to other activities which were not budgeted for, including to pay for domestic areas. For example, the committee observed that MUBS, Makerere University Business School, diverted 5.4 billion. Chambogo University, Right Honorable Speaker, diverted 2.07 billion. Muni University diverted 173 million. Lira University diverted 486 million. Law Development Center diverted 109 million. Right Honorable Speaker, particularly for Chambogo University, Right Honorable Speaker, the 2.0 billion, later on when you go to Chambogo University, speak to the amount of money for part-time areas which remained unpaid. Because the amount of money remained unpaid on part-time areas is 2.6. But here you go. They diverted 2.7 billion money that would have been used to pay for areas of part-time, and they came crying to this Parliament that this goes unpunished. Right Honorable Speaker, that's why we have recommended as the committee that the accounting officers who diverted money, mischarged accounts, be personally liable for the diversion. Right Honorable Speaker, I now go to specific universities. I've already tackled Chambogo. That Chambogo University, which came here through a matter of national importance, saying teachers are not paid. They actually, for Chambogo University, had the auditor done a good job, later on we will see they have an issue with the 50 billion, which they cannot fully account for. And we sent them to police for investigation. Be aware. I'm not debating. Right Honorable Speaker, Chambogo University.
The honorable chair is reading a committee of the report.
Yes.
So you cannot clarify.
Yeah. Right Honorable.
You do that during debate.
Right Honorable Speaker, long overdue payables. Long overdue payables. The Auditor General reported in the Statement of Financial Position and on Note 7 of the Finance Statement on outstanding payables of 19,955 million. Further, trend analysis of the payables revealed that the part of the payables included the 2.67 billion relating to uncleared part-time teaching allowances, and 11 billion relate to uncleared domestic areas accrued in the financial year prior to the year under audit. The accounting officer attributed the accumulation of payables to the impact of COVID, where the university had to run 3 semesters in one financial year and continued budget cuts by government. Committee observation. The committee noted that creation and accumulation of areas reflect serious fiscal management challenges, such as weaknesses in internal control system and management inefficiency in the institution. This continuous creation of areas jeopardizes overall credibility of the budget. Committee recommendations. That the Minister of Finance should provide adequate budget for domestic areas and ensure full release of the same. 2, that investigation by IGG and police on the accumulated payables mounting to 19 billion be done with the view of prosecution in case of fraud. This is in far as Chambogo University is concerned. That the accounting officer should appropriately budget for teaching allowances and also liaise with the Ministry of Finance to ensure their timely payment. Nugatory expenditure on VAT mounting charged to the university mounting to 17 billion. The Auditor General noted that MS Baker Synergies Limited was contracted to supply e-learning materials. A review of the procurement document and invoices issued revealed that goods were supplied at a contract price of 117 million, inclusive of VAT added of 17 million. A review of URA e-receipt attached revealed that the suppliers were VAT zero rated, implying that these items did not attract VAT and no VAT was remitted to Uganda Revenue Authority. However, the university paid for those items at rates which were VAT inclusive. The accounting officer explained that the anomaly occurred as a result of the supply submitting quotation inclusive of VAT of 17 billion. He added that the supplier had been contracted to seek refund of the same that were erroneously paid to them. Right Honorable Speaker, any accountant has a chart of VATed items and non-VATed items. So there is no way any sensible accounting officer would pay for a VAT for an item that is VAT related. We interrogated that this was deliberate and the accounting officer should be personally liable and made to pay for the same amount of money and the recovery. No, they did not remit the money to URA. So it disappeared in between those ones. So this was a clear case of fraud. That's why for Chambogo University, we are beseeching this parliament to authorize the IGG and police to do a more thorough investigation on that university. Delayed review of academic programs. Honorable Speaker, those ones I'm going to leave for members to read. Inadequate practical and instructional materials. You read. Most of these universities, the report is there for your detailed observation. There is also, now let me go to Makerere University. And lack of approved work plan and work plan for overhead expenditure. Right Honorable Speaker, I will leave you to read for Makerere University because of the time constraints. But to take note, the Auditor General reported that 127 million was paid to a staff who had absconded from duty. The accounting officer acknowledged the anomaly and he promised to follow up the matter with the management to have the money recovered. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that delayed removal of staff from a payroll results in two payments for services and rendered the university, not rendered to the university, thus causing a financial loss to the university. Our recommendation is that the accounting officers should recover the funds from the staff within 6 months of adoption of this report. Right Honorable Speaker, use of old vehicles, I'll not speak to it, you read. Understaffing at University of Agriculture Research at Kabanyolo, you read for it. But of interest in Kabanyolo, Right Honorable Speaker, is encroachment on the land of Kabanyolo, and I would like to report on it. The Auditor General noted that the institution owns land measuring 650 acres in Kabanyolo with a total of 15 security guards. Inspection of the land revealed the following. This one, Honorable Speaker, I beg you to read. The land is encroached upon and a school is being built on it. B. The institute land is not fully demarcated. C. The land is not fully fenced, thereby prone to further encroachment. The accounting officer acknowledged the findings and explained that the case of encroachment by the school is in court and a wall fence between Kabanyolo University and Kabanyolo North is urgently needed because most farm produce is stolen from this side. However, funding constraints have limited this. Observation. The committee observed that land was being poorly managed in many public universities, and as such, substantial amounts had been encroached on, which lead to a loss. For this particular case, for example, the approximate value of an acre of land around Kabanyolo at current market price is 500 million. And therefore, having 650 acres of land is worth 355 billion. Exposed 325 billion. Exposed to encroachment is very risky. How do you have a property of 335 billion and you have no capacity to even demarcate, nowhere you stop, to even fence, to even adequate security? So we find it adequate. Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, for Makerere University, we have requested, I will go through Kabanyolo farms, you read all these farms in Chivoga and everywhere where Makerere University has prime land that has been grossly mismanaged and encroached upon. And because of time, I will not. Our recommendation that government should provide funds and ensure that the institute land is fully secured and fenced off to guard against further encroachment. That Parliament consider granting more time to the committee to comprehensively investigate matters of land management in public universities. Now the second one is Nachasese Incubation Center. This is fair to manage and operate training sites for the university. Nyasese Incubation Center is one of the training centers under COBAM.
Honorable, you don't have to.
So you can do the other stock farm. So you can go to Makerere Business School. Right, Honorable Speaker, for Makerere Business School, our strong recommendation for Makerere Business School, we have already established that Makerere Business School diverted 5 billion, which we have made a recommendation. The detail of what is in here is what we are trying to establish. So I may not need to read. The same applies to the same applies to Lila University. I've spoken to it. The same applies to Muni University, because I've established the figures. So right, Honorable Speaker, Mbarara University, can I read a little bit of Mbarara University?
Sure.
The Auditor General noted that included in the receivable of 8.4 billion under the statement of financial position and note 22 of the financial statement are uncleared bills of 1,127 million relating to finances years prior to June. The accounting officer explained that the outstanding receivables were due to failure of the students' loan scheme to pay for students they sponsor by government and other private students who failed to pay tuition. Committee observation. The committee observed that long-standing debts may eventually result in 2 bad debts, thereby denying the university resources for implementation. Outstanding, I think these are from statement of accounts, outstanding payables from Mbarara University. I don't think they are of a general nature of which we have reported it on. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also noted that from Mbarara University, but for diplomatic reasons, I'm careful about it, there is a continued engagement of the Cuban doctor on expired contracts. Honorable colleagues, you will read about that. There is something wrong. Busitema University have reported on what they've done. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the general terms, I've reported also on the city room to teacher to lecture level across universities. And honorable colleagues, you read. I beg to move. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi. Thank you, team. I think next week, apart from Wednesday, most of the work we shall dedicate it to accountability committee reports. If there are other accountability committees which have reports, they should ensure we have them. And crack ensure the one for health is also uploaded. I think it should be. So that maybe if we could even receive it today, so that on Tuesday we're going to debate. Yeah, okay? That's how we shall be able to accommodate as many reports as possible. So, honorable colleagues, I open the debate. Yes, starting with Honorable Muumba, then Honorable Muzari, Honorable Ayo, Honorable Joan Okia. Let me just pick, okay? So that we sort it early. Huh? And Cracker kind of help me take a name of everyone who is standing. Because they are the only ones I would... No, wait, I first finish on this. Because members who have not been here, they start coming in and they start causing chaos. I have been in. I want to pick only those ones who are here and are standing. So, one... Okay, if I could, because I will need the list. Or I can ask the ones of this side, you provide your names, You write from here, okay? Yeah. Yes, those who are standing, and I'll read. And colleagues, we use a maximum of, because I'm seeing how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can use 1 hour, and I pick all of you if each one of you uses maximum 3 minutes. If you use 2, the better, maximum. So I started with Honorable Woman.
Thank you very much.
Then I follow with Honorable Joan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the chairperson of the Park Committee for the report. Mr. Speaker, 3 things. 1, about the resources that were diverted by the different universities. We needed more clarification whether the committee probed further and found out whether there was value for money on where this money was spent. Because diverting is different, but after the diversions, where was this money spent? Because they could have put it on valuable programs and projects as universities. So we needed more clarification on this. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the other point when members were going personal about Lila University, only attracting 4 students from Lango sub-region. Mr. Speaker, we have booked you to accord us space to bring a motion to do with increasing on the number of quota students that benefit on quota system. It's one avenue that will solve these challenges, because having an institution in an area, but when the locals are not benefiting adequately, sends a lot of mixed signals. So for us to solve that, we need to increase on the number of students that benefit on quota system, so that people of Lango are seen to be benefiting from Lira University than keeping it there and beginning to accuse leaders that they're not playing their part when it's not their mandate to admit or recruit students. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue to do with students that missed exams, final exams in Chambogo, University and MOBS, for failing to raise the tuition for the second semester of their 3rd years. Having failed to raise the money, they are applying to these 2 universities to be given a chance to pay for the papers they missed and sit their papers. But they are being asked to pay afresh for full year tuition. Somebody failed to raise money for 1 semester and missed papers. Now you are telling him or her to pay for a full year.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we are debating 2 reports as I guided. Okay? As I guided earlier on, the one for education in northern Uganda, because it was touching all universities in northern Uganda, and then this one. Now, when we are debating a report of this nature from the Auditor General, we focus on accountability issues. We don't bring issues which are of a sectoral committee. General issues. Otherwise, the issues of Honorable Chivumba and team will be lost. But then on northern Uganda is where we can bring in the general issues. Yes, yes, Honorable James.
Mr. Speaker, the procedural point was, we have amalgamated the 2 reports, but I find that members of the Education Committee have also stood up to debate. So how shall we know that? So can we just leave it open?
Yes, because the members of the committee will debate PAC.
Okay.
Okay? And members of PAC will debate education. Yeah. Okay? Yeah, so you should know the limit. And yes, so Honorable Nakuta has given me this side, and I have Honorable Tuka James, Paparu Lilian, Kefa Kwanuka, Museveni, Tomaza, Aloy Katari, Taka, Leku, Osoru, Charles Ayume, Pauline Diantonde, Enos, Nakut, Adrico, the member here. So this side, I told Honorable Gilbert Oranya to help me. Just pass on the paper. So as Honorable Martin, no, Gilbert is registering you. No, he was there. No, Honorable Gilbert Oranya, just pass the paper. Yes, he seems to be a Rake man. So since he's Rake, okay. So I had allowed Honorable Joan Okia, then Martin, you're coming later.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for actually going to the regions of northern Uganda. I'd also like to thank the government for the efforts that they have put to follow the policy of a secondary school in every sub-county. One of the secondary schools which is mentioned here, Anyiribu Secondary School, is actually slated for, under the UC project, for seed secondary school, which I didn't see in the report. So under the recommendations, I think most of those recommendations will be covered when this Anyiribu Seed Secondary School is taken up by the government. And maybe the Minister of Education can tell us when this will be underway, because 3 secondary schools in Madiokolo have been slated for this. The second point I wanted to raise is about Pawar Seed Secondary School. I really want to thank the committee for shining light on this school. Since 2018, when this school was constructed, we've complained, we've written to the Ministry of Education, and nothing has so far nothing has come to fruit. This school has many cracks in the building, and many people deem it unsafe to actually sit in the buildings of this school. There's a school nearby. In one of the speakers today, someone talked about how community schools are taken over by the government and turned into seed secondary schools. But what we wonder, when we were under Arua local government, why Arua local government decided to take a seed secondary school in a game reserve. Because this Pawar Seed Secondary School is actually situated.
Thank you. Honorable Martin Mutare, Honorable Yortone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi, for
Honorable Gilbert Oranya put himself first.
Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi, for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice to that of Honorable Moma in regard to the money that was diverted. We needed to know when this money was diverted, which activities were affected. So, Honorable Chivumbi, we need to know the activities that were affected. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of staffing levels, I find it a little bit difficult for me to conclude or to draw conclusions on this, because one, we are given staffing levels and they are of course worrying, because it is 14%, 20%, with the exception of Makerere University, which is at 50 something. But then we needed to understand, if they say Makerere University, the staffing levels are supposed to be at 5,700. What was the basis? Was it based on courses? Was it based on number of students? Do they have temporary staffs that are coming in to cover up the gap? We needed at least to have those details. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honourable colleagues, when you go, I think he goes deeper. You see, these universities, you find they have day and evening. Now, the same lecturers, most of them who teach day are the same who teach evening. But they are paid extra road for every hour at 50,000. But why we need also to look into that issue? When we lecture a rest to go into research, to go into mentorship, you know, because universities, like I said yesterday, are not like secondary schools that you go on a chalkboard, you give notes, and people go. No, most of it is out of research output, and that's why the ranking of our universities is worrying. The research output is what makes a university, especially if it's a public university. So, who determines these staffing levels? The way Martin is raising it, to say, the establishment is 100 and we have only 40. How are you operating? Who determines this establishment? Is the ministry involved? Is it audited? Or it's just the council and the senate and all that? and then they finish. And then also, I remember like at Makerere, they have managed to review their courses after the president had quarreled so much on the issue of courses that are not helpful. When I was at Makerere, there is a time they were bringing 3 masters in evaluation. 1 masters in evaluation under School of Public Health, masters of evaluation under School of Business, masters of monitoring and evaluation under gender. Now, nearly every college establishing a masters of monitoring and evaluation, and you find each one will need teachers all over. But you can have a masters of monitoring and evaluation, and then you specialize. You cut across. So most of these universities, I think we shall need really to have a total research, to go much deeper. And then there is a business of opening branches. You're saying you don't have teachers, but you're opening branches. Okay? You have around 20 branches, but you don't have teachers to run one branch. So and none of the branches is breaking even. And of course, universities are not business entities that say they should break even, but run a few branches, but run them perfectly. So it's an issue which I would interest the chair, especially education committee now, to go to the sector committee, to go deeper and look at how best we can get from the little we have before we even quarrel over. Today, Busitema told me that the out of the admitted students, only 60% turn up, register. That's a huge concern for worry. Okay? And then you also got the student loan scheme. How much goes to public universities versus that which goes to private universities? And you look at the cost in the public universities compared to the cost in the private, where you leave students of a public university where fees are a third or a half of that of public universities, but you give slots to private universities. So it's really very many. When I think of this sector, it's a sector I'm passionate about. You really feel we should do more. We should do more in terms of supervision and going in much deeper, even before putting in all this money they're asking for. I'm sorry, I'm a chair, I shouldn't be delving so much. But when you're passionate about something, you find yourself going deep. I'm so sorry about that. Yes, I was giving information, I wasn't debating.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. First of all, I thank the Chair Committee on PAC for this report. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the report of the Committee on Education and this one of PAC, you realize that universities are flying almost on their own at their interest and their own priority. And I think now Parliament and governments would take more interest in operations of the universities. Because when we have a report here showing the staffing level is the 30, 14, I am wondering how the National Council and these universities are accredited when they don't have the required number of permanent staff. Right Honourable Speaker, I am aware of a university, and that is Chambogo University, with a department established to have 35 lecturers. But they only have 5 on permanent. The 30, they keep on doing part-time. One of the reasons is the part-time lecturers are easy to manage. They can hire you because most of the people working within government here, more technical, they go and do part-time. But they can hire you and dismiss you before you have been paid. Then they hire new ones to replace you. And this is how these areas is being accumulated. Right, Honourable Speaker, from the report of PAC, there is a free diversion, there is a free accumulation of areas. I think Ministry of Finance, first of all, should tighten, and government, when implementing this report, should tighten on the universities to ensure that they walk the talk as per Public Finance and Management Act. Because if we don't do this, the issue of corruption that is not being mentioned clearly will consume the university. People will take money more to themselves and than providing money for us to train our young people. So I want to support.
You've supported you on record. Sona Ebadiek. Then Honorable Oranya Gilbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the two committees for bringing these very important reports on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to interest this House that it is not our failure as leaders that Lira University and probably other universities are not taking in many students. Right Honorable Speaker, I have realized that some of our universities in northern Uganda don't have some courses. For example, engineering courses in the universities of Muni, University of Lira, Gulu, and Soroti don't have engineering courses. Right Honorable Speaker, I've already written a motion to that effect, and I've already submitted it to the Clerk of Parliament, and I wish I should be granted leave to present it here on the floor of Parliament, so that we urge government in form of a motion to really interest themselves and introduce some of these courses to the public universities in northern Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a fact that we have to take. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of money, first of all, money, according to the report that has been presented by Honorable Chivumbi, Right Honorable, money is a very slippery thing. I've seen many universities losing money, diverting money, but first of all, we want further investigations done on this money. Probably there's what is called virement. What did they do with the money anyway? And was the money spent, or the money was spent in some people's pockets? So we want further investigations on this, Right Honorable. It is a very serious matter. Our universities must develop. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Oranya Gilbert, followed by Honorable Nabagabe Karre.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the strength and the quality of the nation depends on the educated people. I am happy that this time Uganda graduates more than 65,000 students every year. This is the positive way to go. What's your problem again? Right Honorable Speaker, protect me from the government chief whip. Right Honorable Speaker, on our dismay, I recall the other day in Gulu, when we were discussing about education, Gulu University, students from Gulu University brought a very serious concern about the deployment of the intern doctors. Right Honorable Speaker, the few intern doctors that were deployed, those who completed last year, none was taken from Gulu University. Out of the 66 students who finished from Gulu University, none was deployed. All of them are still home. From Muni University, none was deployed. Right Honorable Speaker, the students from northern Uganda tabled in their special consideration, because many of them completed now 2 years at home. You remember COVID-19 disturbed their education. And this year, if they are not deployed again, it means our intern doctors shall have wasted 2 more years on top of the 5 years that they spent at the university. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that government should take a serious and special consideration on the intern doctors from northern Uganda. About the pay.
Thank you. It's Honorable Nabagabe. I hope, Honorable, you wrote your name. Yeah. You know, we wrote names properly here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the committee for doing a wonderful job on the situation of our universities, public universities. I have 2 issues. The very first one is an issue on the delayed deletion of contract staff from the payroll at college or computing and ICT trainings. So we have a situation where we have staff whose contracts have ended, but they haven't been deleted from the payrolls. So they continue getting money. That brings in ghost workers in our universities. But also, we have on another situation, we have staff that are working but are not being paid. So this brings in a contradiction. So while some people are crying for money, others are receiving money for no work done. So this brings in a huge challenge and a conundrum that we need to sort out, because when we have staff that are like the part-time workers, staff we are talking about yesterday, that are doing a lot of work but are not being paid, that means that you're also going to end up having very angry teachers who are probably going to fail students, or that are going to bring about missing results for students, which needs to be addressed eventually. Then also the delayment of disbursement of NTRs to the universities. I think this is a huge problem, challenge in universities, because then it brings about so many issues. We have, the universities cannot operate fully when they don't have resources to function. That's why you're getting the dilapidated universities. That's why you're getting the delayed payments. That's why, for example, even in Makerere University currently, the academic, chairperson hasn't yet been appointed. You're getting so.
Thank you, Honorable Etuka James, Honorable Paparu Lilian. Yes, you don't need to stand up. I have the list here. I'll be picking from all sides. I'm not for one.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of PAC for the elaborate report. I basically have one issue on the funding of the public universities. Right Honourable Speaker, when we looked at the funding gaps, we saw that most of the universities, in fact, received the funds which were available to them, but some of these funds were diverted. But then there are some critical areas which are not funded in these public universities. And yet we grave for practical education. Right Honourable Speaker, Moni University has been requesting for funds from Ministry of Finance and Education over years to develop their agricultural faculty of agriculture, which is in fact the niche of the university, the Madiokolo campus of agriculture. They have over 1,000 hectares of land. But then, because of the inadequate funding, you find that a lot of theory, most of our students go theoretical teaching, yet they have the land. That is something that we need to do for all the public universities. Right Honourable Speaker, as a member of the committee, I'm not going to debate the Education Committee report, but as you had given for me an opportunity, I'm just going to lay some documents about the poor infrastructure of the schools in Upper Madi County. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm laying a letter which was signed by Nawe Molika Mkama, a directive to Ministry of Education to construct classrooms in the Kati and Eteleva primary schools, I beg to lay. In July 2020, a letter signed by Dr. Kenneth Omona requesting construction of schools in Upper Madi is still.
Now, why didn't you raise them in the committee? Because you're a member of the committee. Yes. No.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Just conclude since.
Okay.
But they seem to be very many.
They are not very many. Okay, these are all letters from State House and Ministry of Education where they show the concern over the infrastructure.
Thank you. They are all captured now. We've captured them that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I beg to lay, and I want to end by saying that.
Honourable Paparu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to also thank the committee for their report. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of percentage of staffs in the universities is truly worrying. But there's one issue that we need to pay attention to. when this university is established, you find they are established for specific background. For example, you can look at Makerere, it was science and technology. You look at Moni, they were looking at agriculture. But one thing I see is that these universities start introducing so many courses within a short period of time. So you find one course, maybe people are still in year 1 and year 2, another course is starting, 2 or 3 courses are starting. I wanted to know, it is the National Council of Higher Education that gives permission for them to start these courses. I wanted to know whether they liaise with, I know they liaise with the Ministry of Education, but whether they liaise with Ministry of Finance. Because you find the more courses they have, when the students of the earlier courses reach the final years, the numbers increase and the number of lecturers remain. And now we need new lecturers for the new courses. So that we need to take notice of, because, for example, Moni University, we knew it was nursing, it was agriculture. Now they have all the courses that you can have in other universities. So let's balance that. On the issue of the land in Kabanyoro, the 260 acres, I wanted to know whether it is titled. Because the committee was like, it is there, people encroaching. This is government land, it is a university land. Is it titled? If it is titled, then I think there are structures or there are means to make sure that people vacate this land. One thing the committee didn't make.
Thank you. Maybe on that issue of courses, Honourable Minister for Education, if I can, Honourable Minister for Education, yes, if I could again lend my advice on that issue of new courses. When I was still again on the Quality Assurance Committee of Makerere, we put a moratorium on those new courses. And we first set standards and some of the boxes to tick. Majorly two. 1, do you have teaching staff? Because government has not given you more money on wage, okay, to recruit. Number 2, do you have teaching space? So if you don't have teaching staff, you don't have teaching space, then you should first get clearance from government that it will give you money to facilitate the teaching of this course. Otherwise, you're going to introduce a course, then you start putting the university in areas and all that. So, but these are standards you can look into and you give guidance. You will answer us at the end. Dr. Kefa, Honorable Museveni, Dr. Isingoma, and Honorable Namuga Goreti. Then Honorable Linus.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like very much to thank my colleagues, Honorable Mwanga and your committee. You are doing an excellent job. Thank you very much. It's an excellent report, very well represented. It's very informative, easy to read, things very well illustrated. Thank you very much. And actually, it's what's being presented at the heart of what we are here for, to see how things are going on behalf of the people we represent. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I like to regret that some years back we passed omnibus, a number of reports without Parliament considering them. I hope with the information that we are getting now, we can resolve that should never happen again. Okay, Honorable Mwanga, having said that, I found it unfortunate that you're talking about these people diverting money, but you're not telling us what was their explanation. Why did they pass it out? Why did they divert it? And I think that is tradition, that when a report is presented, you present your finding together with what they have said. And we start to assess whether it's actually convincing or not convincing. So now, as previous lecturer, I did some part-time lecture in Makerere, and I was also many years lecturer in Uganda Management Institute. I'd like to assure you, I think with what has been presented regarding underfunding
and shortage of lecturers, that probably there is a problem.
You see, you used a lot of time appreciating and which wasn't part of the report. So let me lend you 1 minute because you are very generous also.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, the Ministry of Education has done a lot of work around improving quality for higher education. And this has been given to the National Council of Higher Education. And actually, before you start the course, they do the assessment. One of the things they assess is whether you have the necessary teaching staff. And that's why you find that where they have the core staff, they have several other part-time staff. And that's where people like us, sometimes we are used as lecturers, even where we are not lecturers, because of your qualification. Then they also look at infrastructure. And when they are finally doing the assessment, the examinations, there is what we call external examination. So it doesn't entirely rely on the university and what they are doing. It's externally examined. So that's a reassurance that actually, with accreditation, we are getting the good quality despite the challenges that we are facing. And if the degree, if you don't have these ingredients, the degree can be recalled at any point. Sorry, Right Honourable, let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Honourable Kefa, you've raised an issue on our own parliament passing reports, omnibus. Yes, and that's indicting the House, the way you've raised it. But you must know why it was done that way. Because the committees must process these reports so that Parliament pronounces itself on the reports. Then we demand Treasury memoranda. Now, if you don't get Treasury memoranda, if you don't adopt them here, then no action is going to be taken. Because Treasury memoranda is action taken report on the recommendations of the Auditor General and the House. Now, if a committee does not process these reports, we used to have reports of 5 years, 6 years, lying idle, and accounting officers wouldn't mind. They would say, no, the Parliament has received the report, it will be there for 10 years, and I'll be retiring. I don't care. So, what we said the committees should prioritize the entities they feel are very, very, very critical. Produce reports quickly. And I think every report produced by the committee must come on the floor. We cannot make that pronouncement before receiving here a report of the committee. And then those ones which are not adopted, we adopt the Auditor General's recommendations so that now we demand action to be taken on them. Because the committee is not doing fresh audit. So, and it helps in terms of recommendations being acted upon. I just wanted that to be clear. Honourable Museveni, who is not your way.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also thank the committee for this great report. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm concerned with the levels of recruitment in these universities. Right Honourable Speaker, this puts our quality of education in balance. If you see Makele is at least is above 50%, but others as low as 18%. Really, Makele cannot handle the number we have currently. People who are going for higher education cannot handle. I think this house we should plan and we budget for recruitment in all universities. And another thing which bothered me is where an item is banned, but it is included in the budget. It is funded. Then the money is swept back. Really, do we have planners in this country? Which kind of planning is that really? Huh? Then some universities, they are having part-timers. They are not paid. And the money is diverted to other items which are not known. Actually, Chair, this is our concern. It would have been better if I have got information Where was this money being diverted to? Which activities were done? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Singoma, then Honorable Karure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would also want to take the opportunity to thank the both committees for the good reports raised. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I will focus on the situation of education in West Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, the situation of primary schools in some of the West Nile districts is so bad. The state of the schools there, Right Honorable Speaker, is so despicable. Recently, we went on an oversight trip with the Committee of Local Government, and we visited Terego and Madiokolo. And I'm seeing some of the MPs here. Right Honorable Speaker, in one of the schools in Terego, I think I remember it was called Obivu Community.
Are you a member of the committee?
No.
Okay.
You
tagged along?
We went on the Committee of Local Government and Public Service. So Terego, we visited Obivu Community Primary School, Right Honorable Speaker, and we found that the whole school was operating from a grass-thatched mud and water church. And the classrooms were identified through groups. P7 in a group in the corner, P1 in a group in a corner, P3. The whole school was operating from a single grass-thatched church. And Honorable Speaker, this was so bad. And that's why I'm not surprised, and we're not surprised when you find that the Terego and the Madiokolo were some of the worst performing districts in PLOE last year. The last 10 performing districts, we find Terego is there, Madiokolo is there. I can be contested, the MPs are here. And they are competing with the...
Thank you, Honorable Medias. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm debating on the committee for the report for the Committee on Education, not PAC, because I'm a member of PAC. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the issues that we have, for example, the quality of the structures in terms of construction that are constructed, some of these issues come up because of delays in contracting. Right Honorable Speaker, I want this House to note that we have issues with the Office of the Solicitor General. They delay to clear contracts. When you interacted with them in PAC, it was indicated that they take close to 3 to 4 months to clear a contract. When a contract is cleared, it takes time for that contract to reach the recipient. So we should look into issues of the Auditor General in regard to clearance. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the time we should look at the number of Solicitor General in form of clearance. Right Honorable Speaker, I think as Parliament we should get interested in the issue of the number of schools that we have in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have schools that don't qualify to be government schools. You find a school that have 4 classrooms, P1, P2 to P4, but it has schools, it has teachers, it has an head teacher. So why don't we take inventory of the schools we have in this country? And you reach a time of closing some of these schools. The students study under trees. You don't have pupils there, but for you are looking at the quantity in number of schools that we do have. So we should take an inventory. She says that she has the number, but I remember a time when you wrote to the districts inquiring from them on the number of schools that they have. So we should get interested if we are to improve on the quality of education. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have schools that have no libraries. You find computers packed in one room. You find books packed in one room. So we should look into those issues, and if we are to improve in the quality of education. Lastly, the teachers. I have Matete Comprehensive School with 1,400 teachers, but it only...
Thank you, Honorable Medias, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as most of...
It was students, not teachers.
It was students, not teachers.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, as most of us are worried about lack of teaching space and also staffing in the institutions, I can see that most of for the e-learning equipment, the computers. My colleague has talked about the computers being packed in one room. I'm not so sure about that because I know most of the institutions are lacking computers and other e-learning materials to enable the students as well as the lecturers to teach these students. So if we are looking at funding, can we find a way of how to increase funding for the computers and all these apparatus so that we can solve the congestion in schools, the congestion in these learning institutions? An example is like MOOBs and Makerere, where you find a lecture room has got about 500, 300 students. So if we can give the learning equipment, I think we can solve this issue. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the NRM government for opening up space, public universities, to give employment to Ugandans, and also to facilitate our students, our children, getting better skills. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, I want to commend them. We are talking about issues of public funds. The chairperson informed that they would find that 35 billion diverted, 50 billion diverted. So I would like to recommend or provide another recommendation that this report should be handed over to CID for further management so that government and its investigative apparatus can engage those whom they suspect for having swindled government money. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Azar, Honorable Katari, Honorable Taka. Then Honorable Aisha Kabani.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee. Mr. Speaker, arising from the National Teachers Policy of 2018, over 20 PTCs were phased off. And by 2022, admissions were stopped in those phased off PTCs. As a result of this, PTCs were repurposed. And some universities expressed interest in having branches as degree awarding centers in education, agriculture, and so on. Mr. Speaker, Muni Technoscience University, through Ministry of Education, had expressed interest in repurposing RAP PTC in Moyo District as a degree awarding college. It would therefore be very good if Muni University is equipped, given more financial resources for recruiting more lecturers, for kickstarting RAP Muni University branch in Moyo District. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in Moyo District, Moyo SS, being one of the traditional schools, is really having a dilapidated science laboratory. We'll be very happy if the ministry will allocate resources for having a brand new laboratory constructed for that traditional school in Moyo District. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Katayaloi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee chair and the members for the detailed report. Right Honourable Speaker, I will start from the chairperson's comment of saying they work without approved work plans. How do they do it? Because you cost the plan in budgeting. Maybe that's why they have problems with their figures, and maybe that's why they're having reallocations. Right Honourable Speaker, it is a habit of MDAs to allocate money to non-private areas and they leave out the private areas, such that they have lots of money to play around with. That's why you have reallocations here and there without approval. Right Honourable Speaker, for Makerere's case, they talk about paying someone 127 M. The person is not working. How do they do it? You pay the first month, second month, third month, maybe for a year, without noticing that this person is missing, is not supposed to be on this payroll. There is a problem somewhere and we need to handle this like immediately. Right Honourable Speaker, on government, Minister of Finance, domestic areas, not only in these universities but everywhere. Government needs to make it their desire, her desire,
to ensure that domestic areas are paid. Thank you.
Honorable Taka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to focus on the issue that LIDA has 4 students only that are admitted at LIDA University on government sponsorship, and that those admitted on private in most universities, a good number of them failed to register. Honorable Sawungu, please. Let me address the speaker. Yeah.
So, Honorable Member, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, my observation is that majority of students who benefit from government sponsorship are those students that come from these good schools and private schools where parents are able to pay the money for school fees throughout. I feel that those parents are still able even to pay at university. I would like to urge government to review the policy on government sponsorship such that the students who go on government sponsorship are those from the poor families, so that will increase the number of the the students from the poor families to access university education. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the other is about the inefficiencies in the universities. These universities have a lot of inefficiencies, but at least they are established. I'm wondering, for us as Busoga, when is the Busoga University? Lastly, Right Honourable.
Just conclude 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As I conclude, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to come out and denounce this issue of corruption really in this country. Because whatever is in that report, now we are even seeing that the Auditor General's office has issues. Who is now going to audit the Auditor General? Everybody is complaining and corruption is now everywhere. Can we really dedicate maybe a day or a week and we come out as leaders and we denounce this corruption so that we start a fresh Uganda, so that we don't deny Ugandans of services because of corruption? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Shakabanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Followed by Honourable Katabazi.
Right Honourable Speaker, I join colleagues to applaud the PAC committee for the report. I want to end where the Honourable colleague, start with where the Honourable colleague ended. Can we set a standard? Maybe we say for the report to be taken as a credible report, Auditor General's report should at least be like 50%. But how can you go and audit less than 20% and you want to give an overview of utilization of funds in a particular organization? We need to set a ceiling. But most importantly, Chair, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to, on the issue of teaching students ratio, I don't know whether we are aware that students of Mbarara are on strike of a particular faculty, that's the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, on ground of learning space. They are alleging that for 4 years there's been a building that was completed, but students are forced to study from a library. Can you imagine university students are studying from a library and a building was completed and it's not been handed over to government? The students allege that the government of, I don't know whether China government, the constructors still demand money from us for us to utilize the building. Can the minister comment on that and have our students go back to school? Lastly, about the students loan, I have learned that IU was excluded from the students loan facility. My child went to IU had a medical course there when I was still struggling, and we looked for that facility and they said IU was excluded because their fees are far too high. And I wonder, would government just exclude people like that, or they would guide on a fee structure? if the fee structure is not accommodative, would...
Thank you. Point noted, Honorable. Honorable Katal, followed by Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance and for this system. I think it's a very good one that everyone has got a chance to say something. Education is, for any country to develop, the education system has to be thorough. And when I observe what is happening today, those days when we were young, we used to have school supervisors, and whenever I could visit, all teachers would be on tension. But I think nowadays, they already plan. I think there is no supervising done, because if there is any supervising done, then all government schools would be closed, because most of them don't have the qualities to remain opened. And many people will agree, and it's not only in one, maybe in Kalungu only, but across the entire country. Then the other issue of the seed schools being constructed, I'm on the Committee of National Economy, where we approve loans, but when we go and visit these seed schools that are constructed, you find that the work is normally poor quality, no value for money, but the contractors are normally untouchable. These contractors are normally untouchable, and whether it's somebody commissioning, they will have no answer. You find a new school being commissioned, actually looking old. And then the other one, for the schools that have existed, that were constructed some time back, including universities, like...
Thank you, Honorable Kawanda. Followed by Honorable Leku, Honorable Somorin, Honorable Charles Saime, Honorable Pauline.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Mwangi Chivumbi together with the committee for the very good report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Innocent Ngopeg and implore members. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember the Honorable Mpaka report on cooperatives. When it was presented before this House, the presiding officer then suggested that the report be forwarded to CID and IGG, even anti-corruption unit. And when you read this report, it has many issues, mostly to do with corruption, where money has been diverted. A lot of money, by the way. And I know these people are outside there laughing at some of us. What will they do? They are just debating and nothing will happen. And this is what has been happening. I want to request you, Right Honorable Speaker and members, if this August House can allow this committee report to be also forwarded to CID, so that as CID did to some of our colleagues who spent months in Ruzira, we cannot decide to send our own to Ruzira and leave these people, because these are the thieves. Let us fight corruption within and outside. The thieves shouldn't be only in this.
Now, what's procedure?
Raising a procedure matter, two members have raised the same about sending reports to CID. But, Mr. Speaker, we must be careful with what we call separation of power. When we present reports here, they are sent to government to carry out the recommendations we make. Then the government carries out all that, and later on, they give us the Treasury memoranda to confirm what they have done. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, whenever we are going to a new financial year, Minister of Finance must present the names of the new PSs here, basing on the reports from the Public House Committee and other committees of Parliament. So would it be procedural, okay, Mr. Speaker? You guide this House. We might talk about sending people to CID, but the rules here don't provide that, because that's why the government, leader of government business is here to carry out recommendations made by this House, and then they report back to Parliament. If they want to carry them to police, arrest them, that comes after, but our recommendations go to government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but Honorable Sewungu, recommending, okay, for either CID or IGG is part of what the government would report on, because CID and IGG are part of government. If they were outside the government, so we would recommend. You see, we are recommending. We are not directing. We don't have that power. Then government will evaluate and say, okay, so it should go to IGG, and we are not saying prosecute, because I saw even in the report there is why you're saying the IGG should investigate further. Okay, so but colleagues, I think the IGG maybe would be, because the IGG reports to Parliament. Okay, the IGG reports to Parliament, and the IGG also can prosecute. Hmm? Yeah. Yes, Honorable Ekanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General's report is a report of government. In fact, in other countries like Tanzania, I think Nigeria, and South Africa, they don't even wait for the report to come to Parliament, because even here in Uganda, under the Public Finance Act, once you commit a crime, you have committed a crime. Government is required to take action and just reports to Parliament. Because 4 years ago, Honorable Speaker, we had a backlog. And we discovered that people stealing government money were hiding that the report had to be debated. But then there is interpretation, constitutional interpretation, and we provided for under the Public Finance Act. If you steal money at any time, whether the Auditor General has audited or not, it's theft. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is a work of governmentship whip to ensure that as soon as the report comes out, it's presented to the Speaker, government takes action while PAC is also doing, because some of these thieves die.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Let's first get the views, and then we shall have a convergence of minds. Thank you, Honorable Kabanda had finished, and after Honorable Kabanda, I had called Honorable Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll associate myself with the report of our Committee of Education. Thank you, my brother from Hoima, for informing the House about the schools in Terego. I come from Terego, where you will find there are over 500 pupils in one class, where pupils are studying under trees, where the schools are in dire need of renovation. And these are traditional schools. The secondary schools of Ombatine, Aripea, Aria, they need renovation. Right, Honorable Speaker, one of the hardest things to discuss in this House is actually education. Because members themselves own schools. And it becomes very difficult to come up with the policies that can actually work for this country. Even the minister himself. So it makes it very, very difficult to debate on issues that can bring government schools to a speed, to a level where they can compete favorably. The traditional schools of this country, they are no longer attractive to the parents and to the students, and they are therefore abandoned. You will find a government secondary school having less than 80 students. If I happen to go up to Sir Samuel Baker, the school is in the bush. It's abandoned in the bush. It has no library. It has no nothing. It is totally abandoned. So what is the strategy of the Ministry of Education to renovate all these secondary schools in the country? That is one. Number two, the Committee of Education also talked about a school.
Maureen?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I want to appreciate you, the chair of the committee. Thank you for that report. However, I want to interest myself in the diversion of the money. The question would be, did the accounting officers did they even seek authorization from the responsible authority for the diversion of money? If not, then I think they're inviting corruption. And then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issues of public universities, like for Muni, most of them are challenged with the inadequate funds for capital projects. In Muni University, the whole university, as big as Muni is, there is no sports facilities to carry on with extra curricular activities. That means the energy of the young people will come to waste. And even there's no nearby pitch for them to train on. Then second, Right Honorable Speaker, we have projects that have been ongoing for the last 5 financial years. It has not come to an end because there are no funding. So I request this August House that let's make it as a priority to fund our public universities such that our learners can have a conducive environment. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring the attention of the Minister of Education that the same University has no multi-purpose health science laboratory too. Please, may we fund such that Muni University can have more students. Thank you.
Ayume, Pauline.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to also join my colleagues in thanking the chairperson, and I like to listen to his reports, quite detailed and eloquent. Right Honorable Speaker, he, however, punched holes in what seemed to be the competence of the Auditor General, and as a legislator, it worries me if Parliament can doubt an Auditor General's report, because it's supposed to be the epitome, the apex, it's the temple of accounting in this country. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of public universities, I think it's also becoming a habit that every region wants a particular super specialized university in their region, but of course that comes with a cost. Now what the chairman also should be telling us is that there might be a standard of the number of human resource that is required in a university, but you find in actual sense the university does not have the necessary faculties and the necessary need for that particular kind of staff. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on the issue of the student loan scheme, in Koboko last year we were only able to have 10 students taken, and I think that omnibus decision whereby all universities and all regions should not be able to take students from regions to private. I don't see how a student from Koboko will make it to government. Private would be his only way out. And the woman member of parliament of Butambala, it's the same issue she had raised, that private universities have been excluded on courses of medicine, engineering, and bachelors in dentistry.
Thank you. Pauline.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the two chairpersons for their detailed reports. One, as the Committee on Park Central observed for Chambogo University, that there is financial mismanagement. This is not only affecting the day-to-day running of the university, but it's also affecting the children, the students on private sponsorship, in that there is poor financial record keeping. Some children are failing to graduate, not that they fail exams, but they are told that the university still demands them some money. Actually, it has happened on several occasions where you go and find that even if these children have the evidence that they paid, still they will say that the university does not have that the records about their finances. So I think a lot has to be done in Chambogo University. Then concerning the Committee on Education, it says that Aris Seed School has a challenge of teachers with teacher-student ratio of 1 to 1,000 learners. And this cuts across right away from primary to university, because we see it's a challenge in both reports.
and Ministry of Education. It's coming 3 years without enrollment in TTCs. Primaries are struggling. They have no teachers. Secondary schools are struggling. I don't know whether it's done intentional to kill the education system in this country, but we are bleeding within. Thank you.
Thank you. Aumalinda Santa Alum.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to join my colleagues to appreciate the two committees. Right Honorable, I would like to say something on the Education Committee report. Right Honorable, in Lira District, I don't have a A-level school. I don't have a A-level school. It's only one that is in Erute South. That's a much complex school. And this is the third time I've been talking about this school. No library, no laboratory. We are in for a new curriculum that needs research, but our students cannot. I would like to request Ministry of Education, when they are allocating funds for rehabilitation of old schools, they should balance, because I saw in Lango, it was on a Lira city with 4 schools, leaving the rest of the whole schools in the neighboring districts. So I request that in this coming financial year, please consider the only A-level school we have in Lira district. 2, Right Honorable, there is a problem on hybrid contracts. Hybrid contracts by ministries. These are contractors that will never listen to the engineer at the district, never listen to the education officer, and they do whatever they want because they are not accountable to the district. That's why you're seeing these reports of cracked classrooms, yet government is putting a lot of money that can help the country for a long time, and they're shortening this. I think government should mean what they call decentralization, other than claiming decentralization, yet every key projects are already centralized. Thank you.
Thank you, Arum Santa. Then Ekanya.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ben Franklin, one of the greatest thinkers in the American history, said, education is a great investment, meaning that if you invest in knowledge, it pays the best interest. I want to thank the NRM government for opening many schools, but opening schools goes with investment. And if we are to succeed, we have to deal with corruption squarely. If not, we are not going to see what we are praising, that the government of NRM has opened so many schools. Even UPC, we did the same. But for us, it was education for all the children of this country. Two, Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about yesterday when the chair of education was presenting, he made mention of lack of human resource. And at the same time, taking money back to the treasury. It's unfortunate that we don't have the Minister of Public Service. If there is money to the districts and the districts are taking it back to the treasury, why can't we recruit? Maybe the Minister of Education can answer this. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing in tertiary education and university just reflects what is happening in primary education. For example, Mr. Speaker, in Oyam districts, we have schools which are not coded. For example, Ochua Primary School, Dogitolo Primary School, Barao Primary Schools, they are not coded at all. Honorable Minister, when will these schools be coded? Then finally, on the park report, Mr. Speaker, 50 billion being unaccounted for. Part-time lecturers not paid for.
Honorable Kanya.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you may need to look at the rules and see how we can engage the Office of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General is Office of Parliament, and their operation and procedure are guided by an act which we passed. And therefore, if they have a gap, how do we discuss it? It's like hitting a snake that is inside a glass. Do you bring a big stick or you can use repellent? That's a matter that, Right Honorable Speaker, you may look at it and guide the House. Secondly, the format of audit done by Auditor General is also a matter that the Committee of PAC may need to discuss in relation to the budget that is availed. Because in audit, the Auditor General uses private institutions, and sometimes they do sampling. And also audit format, when you are doing audit, and also PAC handling the report, you look at number of instruments, you look at the act establishing that organization, you look at the budget of the institution, you look at the procurement plan, you look at the work plan, and all those other tools. And so I think this is a matter that requires discussion with the chairperson, PAC, and the entire leadership and office of the Auditor General, because nobody can speak for the Auditor General apart from us who are here, because this is our institution. Secondly, the issue of universities, Right Honorable Speaker. Whenever we establish an institution, there are certificate of financial application that we always need to look at when we are evaluating performance of these institutions. The certificate provides resource for at least 3, 4, 5 years. But sometimes when we are evaluating and monitoring the institution, we don't look at those tools. Final, Right Honorable Speaker. The government has a policy that every sub-county will have a secondary school or a technical school. I have...
Thank you. Yes, I had guided the chairperson, PAC, Ariaron, because he raised these issues with me. And next week I'll be having a meeting between chairpersons of accountability committees and the Auditor General. We are arranging that meeting so that we see how best we can work together. And I'll request the Minister for Finance to join us and Government Chief Whip for that meeting. Yeah. Thank you. So, yes, I'm having Honorable Enos, Honorable Nakut, Honorable Adrico, then Honorable Mede. Yes. Yeah, Honorable colleagues, you don't need to stand up. Maybe if you have another program you're rushing for. I have a list I'm picking from this side. I've seen Honorable Remeji Achia standing up several times. You know, number 19 on the list. So, yeah. If you're standing up for purposes of stretching, it's understandable. But colleagues, for those who have just entered, when these reports were presented, I asked all colleagues who were in and wanted to submit to write their names. And they have written. And that's where I'm reading from. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committees, the PAC, Chair PAC and your team, and the Chair Education. My issues are in the report on education, mostly in the northern region. But there are two issues I've picked. One on staff accommodation. It's a general issue. It's actually across board, even in our areas. We still have a challenge of staff accommodation. But this goes to the Minister of Finance. We have a unit of PPP, public-private partnerships. Why don't we look at the option of cooperating with the private sector? Because most of these schools have lands. So that we partner with the private sector to build staff houses. And then we see how best we can resolve this issue. I call upon government and specifically Ministry of Finance to look into this issue. The other issue is our policy on one secondary school per sub-county, one primary school per parish. For us who are in the Katwa corridor, we are finding it so hard. You find that one secondary school is so many kilometers away from the nearest. I mean, you find families are very far from the nearest secondary school. Somebody has to travel 10 kilometers to get to the nearest secondary school. A young child has to travel several kilometers to the nearest primary school. My call is on government again and the minister to see how we can review this policy, possibly to consider population distribution. Because even areas which are densely populated, they're equally finding a problem of so many kids to be accommodated by one school in a parish compared to even us who are in the sparsely populated areas. So those are the issues I wanted to raise, Honourable Speaker, but I also wanted to emphasize the issue of...
Honourable Nakut.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have 3 issues to raise. The first 2 speak to the PAC report, the last one to the committee report. I hope I'm managing the time. 1, unaccredited or unreviewed programs. It is a shame that this continues to come as an issue, and now that it is in the Auditor General's report, it is really bad that the National Council for Higher Education and some university councils do not review. They delay. It cuts across universities, as we've heard in the report. This points to the matter of quality, which affects the employability of our graduates. It is my appeal or my desire that we review further what the challenge is with the National Council for Higher Education, with the view of finding a permanent solution to the issue of accreditation of programs that we are teaching in these universities. Secondly, the issue of university land. It cuts across the universities, as read by the committee chairperson. Opening boundaries, I don't think it is the same cost as putting up a wall fence. And when you open boundaries, you're making a statement that the land is yours. The committee did not explain what to do with the encroachers, and yet it is an action that is required. This is not a matter for only public land for public universities. All land where government sits in this country is being encroached, and it appears no one is taking any action. Right Honourable Speaker, if it pleases you, maybe you will task one ministry, maybe Ministry of Lands, to give us a statement on the issue of land, property. Land is such a big asset for government. It is a significant, it is material in the sense of audit and accounting. So we cannot just allow it to be encroached on just like that. The third issue,
thank you. Since you were our secretary for this side, and she was very fair. She was the secretary where Honorable Gilbert Oranya put himself first after coming red. Honorable Nakut put number 13. So, and put others first. So I donate to you 2 minutes.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the offer. On Committee on Education, I want to thank the committee for getting us a detailed report. In fact, this is the first time I'm seeing a committee report that even has pictures of structures that are cracked. They really went into the detail. Even though the scope was too much for them, they went into the detail in some of in the areas they went to. I only disagree with their sampling. The Committee on Education sampled four schools in Abim district to represent the entire Karamoja. This is not a representative sample. When I was a student of research, I was told that a representative sample should be a minimum of 25%. These 4 schools in Abim do not represent Karamoja. It doesn't capture the fact that we have many parishes and even sub-counties that have no school of any kind. In my district alone, we have 21 parishes that have no school. Our children walk 30 kilometers to a nearby school. Now, so this report is not representative. Right Honourable, if it pleases you, let the Education Committee do correction on sampling for Karamoja and revisit and report to this House. I submit.
Thank you. Honourable Adrico, Honourable Amede, then Honourable Okoti Boniface.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this very good opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join my colleague to congratulate this committee. Right Honourable Speaker, education is key for everything. That's why we are here. Right Honourable Speaker, for sure, today I'm very happy. As a government, we have really sent a lot of money to the universities. But if you go on the ground, Speaker, you will see there's a lot of problems. There's no value of money at the universities. And yet those people always complaining. They don't receive the money from the government. And if you see, there's a lot of money we have sent. All of my advice to our ministry. 1, we must be on the ground. Monitoring and supervision is very, very important. If you monitor the programs and the institutions, these people will make sure they can give a good report. And I have seen
I move very many schools, also universities. You cannot see any signature from the high people who are not on the ground. This means there's a very big gap between the central government and the universities. Also the primary schools, even the secondary schools. At secondary schools, I have Vora Secondary School, Anyam Secondary School, Logri Secondary School, Logri Girls Secondary School, Okufra Secondary School, Arab Secondary School, right honorable speaker, if you go there, there's no proper clean water source at that school. This means I appeal the government to go on the ground.
Thank you. Honorable Mede, Honorable Court Boniface.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like only to talk generally about one thing. The state of buildings in the universities, especially Makerere University, the halls of residence. It is so appalling. Right Honorable Speaker, this is unacceptable. I visited the university hostel a few months ago, and I could not believe it. Not even a paint. I think this is total negligence. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue may call for a policy shift. In international universities, the university hostels are the most expensive. And indeed, this can be replicated here. Because the students who are on government scholarships, most of them are entitled to university accommodation. But I'm told most of them opt to stay in other hostels. So why don't you renovate these hostels for purposes of keeping the images and the safety of the students, so that those who can afford can pay for this accommodation, other than keeping the images of the university to look in such a sorry state. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Court Boniface.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the two committees for their report. Right Honorable Speaker, every budgeting cycle, this House grapples with securing revenue to support our enormous budgetary need. And Right Honorable Speaker, there is a general outlook of education that education sector is largely consumptive. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to state on record that one of the lowest hanging fruits or sources of revenue and foreign exchange for our country is our education and educational tourism, that Uganda initially had comparative advantage over the rest of Africa on. Right Honorable Speaker, as a matter of fact, Uganda's educational sector was known for producing very prominent figures across the Africa region. At the time I was at school, the influx of students from the rest of Africa to Uganda was enormous because of the quality of our education, especially at the university level. And this educational tourism was generating a lot of money for our economy. But unfortunately, these trends have largely changed. And even when you look at the global ranking of Makerere, which is our mightiest university, in 2016, Makerere ranked 4th in Africa. In 2020, we ranked 14th in 2020. And now we are 17th in Africa. Not even the best university in East Africa. Right Honorable Speaker,
thank you. Honorable Cooper. Then Honorable Ngoya, Honorable Babiku, Honorable Apio, Honorable Betty. Award.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we passed money here for recruiting teachers for the grant-aided schools, city schools. But up to date, despite Education Service Commission conducting interviews, the teachers have not been deployed. May we know why that is so. To Right Honorable Speaker, the issues of universities, I don't know, my thinking and my belief that when they say these regional universities, it's just by location, but any Ugandan should be able to go to any school irrespective of where its location, and that's how we shall be able to build nationalism in this country. But the way people are thinking that when a university is in Soroti, it's only meant for it, so no, it's only based in Soroti, but any person should be able to go and study there. And I think that mentality should change, that the location of the university does not mean you must have a quota. You should be able to go anywhere in this world. Some of us who are able to crisscross and study across this country feel so comfortable, feel so free, because from Teso to Kabarole to Barara to Kampala, you feel all round. But this mentality of taking universities like their local government should stop. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the student loan scheme, Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to give me time next week. I have a list here of the students who have been given, who have benefited from the loan scheme. How can Moroto district have only one student being given? Then you find a district like Tororo has been given 47. How? Karenga 1, is that a quota? When you look at Butambala 6, look at Serere is 8. But you find some districts have 75. Tungam has 65. So how can this be a loan scheme that's based on quota? So, Right Honorable Speaker, next week, give me time. I will read to honorable members district by district, and you see whether this is really quota system. Because this is being unfair. These were the matters which were raised. You find a district like Busia has 33. That's where the ED of the student loan scheme comes from. We raised that matter in the Kosase report. I thought it had been taken. They have repeated it again this year. So this cannot be accepted. The Committee of Education must take this thing seriously. But Right Honorable Speaker, next week, give me ample time. I want to present the detailed report district by district, and you see, even where you find they have given Moroto 1, what's the cost they have given? Science education, compound engineering. How? So this must stop. I have a case of a student who was admitted to Mbarara for electronic engineering. He got 16, but he was not picked. Instead, they gave someone on something which you can't understand. So, Right Honorable Speaker, those are the comments I wanted to make regarding this. But next week, give me that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Cooper, we shouldn't disturb you. The minister should give us a list. And instead of now starting to say where did Okupa get this from, because even me, I was concerned. I saw really the poorest student from my area, deep colleagues who came to my area, you saw, getting marks and being admitted on engineering, and they don't give him. And then I said, this is the poorest of the poorest who can get. Because this course would transform their family. He appears again, they don't give. Now you ask yourself, who is getting? Do I need to go robbing? Really? Also, do we need to go robbing? For sure. Maybe we should start lobbying also for that. So, Honourable Minister, kindly share this report tomorrow because you have it. Okay? Share it with the clerk tomorrow, so that it can be uploaded for members to access. And then let the Committee on Education study the matter and report to the House instead of disturbing Honorable Cooper. And then we can debate the report of the committee. I think that would be more better. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Ngoya.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Committee of PAC for the report well written. In terms of how to improve the university education. I had the privilege of working with Chambogo University for 9 years and rising through the ranks from the tutorial fellow to an assistant lecturer. And so what the committee actually points is actually right. I think our priorities are wrong. The teaching profession is a bedrock of all professions. Once you don't prioritize, you will get the products you need. And that is what we're actually grappling with. When you struggle to see lecturers going to teach in other universities, it's because there is no priority about giving their allowances. How can you teach in a university in Kampala and you only rely on a salary? And yet you are actually in class from about 6 o'clock to about 10 or 11 in the night. And then we actually say we are actually giving them the best. I think we are giving them a raw deal. So that is one thing that I would want to be able to say. And I really agree with the recommendation of the committee that the accounting officer should appropriately budget, but also prioritize for teaching allowances, and also liaise with the Ministry of Finance to ensure their timely payment. When you actually go to the university, you actually see the education. But you're talking about 30% teaching staff in the payroll and relying on the part-time teachers for classes that go to about 500 students. What are we talking about? So I really think we need to be able to prioritize the kind of attention, the thinking, the planning, and the resourcing of the teaching profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Babiku, Honorable Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Why is West Nile having grass-thatched schools? It's because government is not implementing the policy as stipulated. We have parishes which do not have government-aided schools. So community members put their heads together to make sure that their children are engaged. Therefore, government should do its work. To Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm concerned about the issue of Mone University, the non-completion of one of the blocks attributed to COVID. I disagree with it. This government directed construction activities to continue when there was COVID, so much COVID. So can we get to know why our block is not being completed? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this country is grappling with the issues of unemployment. And here we are discussing about non-placement where human resource is needed. My understanding is we have adequate opportunity to provide employment, fairly adequate to provide employment. And here we are not employing people. And this has implication on the quality of teaching, quality of education, but also demotivating those who went to school. Because what difference are you going to make? And more so, this impacts on our learners.
Thank you, Honorable Jennifer Mbabazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee chairpersons for the good reports. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank this government for the good policies in place. Among them, the CD schools in every sub-county. Whereas we are aware that we are supposed to provide accessible and feasible education as possible. Right Honorable Speaker, a number of schools have been constructed in this country with staff which are with a number of staff that are halfway or less, with laboratories that are not equipped and schools not equipped. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we have so many sub-counties that don't have schools. And we have a policy in place. I come from Kagadi, which comprises of 35 sub-counties, and among the sub-counties, only 12 have the schools, the CD schools. Right Honorable Speaker, the good thing, we have a minister in the House in charge of planning. Honorable Minister, is it really tenable to implement this policy as implemented, as planned? The other observation, I would like to implore
the Ministry of Local Government and Ministry of Finance to study this carefully and rethink on the policy of creating new administrative units vis-a-vis the implementation of policy of city schools in.
Thank you. Dr. Yunsapio, no better word.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the committees for their work as well. But also note that the quality assurance aspect of our education system lies largely with the Inspectorate of Schools. That is the mechanism, to the best of my understanding, that makes all of the infrastructural, systemic, whatever issues that we are talking about quite meaningful for the beneficiaries and to the rest of us. And yet, Right Honourable Speaker, the report is completely silent on the issue of inspectorates. The report on education on Northern Uganda. In my district, and I know that this is probably the same with the rest of the country, which has about 109 schools, primary schools, 84 private schools, 10 secondary schools, and 3 tertiary schools. We have almost negligible infrastructure that's invested to this particular area of that I'm talking about, the Inspectorate of Schools. For example, we have only 3 inspectors of school, 14 million shillings per term to round up all of the 300 schools, 0 motorcycle. They tell me they use border sometimes, no vehicle. And I'm wondering, therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, if the Inspectorate of Schools is not at all important in the grand scheme of things. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Betty Awo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. A teacher by profession, sometimes I decry the situation of our education in Uganda. One, we have emphasized so much about the infrastructural areas of the education, but left out the software, and the software is also suffering. But on the infrastructure, really we need to be on the ground to monitor. I want to tell you the truth, that for the whole of this year, I've not seen the minister, the cabinet minister of education in this house. You remember when I was talking about GROW, how Honorable Betty Amongi ran into the house. We need to take interest in people. If you are given a ministry, you should have a lot of interest in that ministry. Otherwise, if there is no interest in the ministry suffer. Education is the foundation of development in any country. When we leave out education, then we are actually destroying everything. So we must interest the cabinet minister, not only to disturb the minister of state, but the cabinet minister should also appear here and should also go to the office and should also be on the ground to see the situation of education. Really, education is suffering very much. Even the teachers, for example, we have science. There is this science in health. The clinical officers.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, if you can remember very well, because this issue kept coming up, and I clarified on it, we cannot run away from the fact that the Minister for Education is at the same time a First Lady. Please, I wish one of you is to resign in the smallest of things. I know how you usually react. Taking away something small causes a war, and but she contacted us as the leadership of the house, and of course we understand the protocols related to being near the president, and these are not protocols set by us. So she asked us permission. She said, if you want me to attend, then you know the issues involved. Okay? But I can tell you, the First Lady might be following this debate more than many members out there. Because some of us who interact with her regularly, she follows Parliament regularly. That one I must put it on record, because I'm among the people she usually calls and explains some issues to do with the sector. The day we feel we need her as a leadership, we shall ensure that we convey it to her and she will come. But for now, she's not here because she refused to come, but we granted her permission, like many of you who are not here, and we grant you permission. Honorable Chirumira, Honorable Annette Mugisha, Honorable Remeji Achia, Honorable Moses Ogwargori, and then Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a teacher by profession, teaching and learning environment is significant in enabling curriculum and pedagogical practices. However, in our country, seemingly slow, back in the days when I was at Makerere, I remember very well my classes of economics. They were full to capacity, and some of us were attending classes in the middle of the door or at the entrance of the lecture room. And that takes me back to how public institutions, universities, and schools are accredited. I think the Honorable Nakut spoke very well on the accreditation of public universities. How often are they checked upon? Do we do appraisals and site visit to establish whether they are still coherent with the requirements of offering particular courses? Because what we teach and how we teach is very significant for teaching and learning to take place. The report was talking about having 6 students in a space of 1 square meter. That cannot happen in a teaching and learning environment. It is actually criminal in the education sector. So I call upon the Council of Higher Education to continuously check on these public universities and public schools. We may talk so much on accountability and the Attorney General, but the first level of accountability should be done by the Higher Council of Education, because they hold the key to bring these schools and universities.
Thank you. Honorable Annette Mugisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. As everyone has said, according to the policy, each sub-county should have a senior secondary school. And this one is done, I think, for emphasis. We are repeating it for emphasis. But unfortunately, every time it is raised, they tell us that the resource envelope is limited, which is very unfortunate. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member on Education Committee, but I request you to allow me to inquire from the Honorable Minister.
Honorable, rules don't allow you to discuss your report. Go on the report of
It is outside the report, Right Honorable Speaker.
A report of PAC?
No, of education. It is outside.
No,
but it is an
anything
inquiry.
outside the report is not allowed, Honorable. You must only discuss issues of the report.
But it's education, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let me first guide you, Honorable Korik. When you go to our rules, they talk about content of the speech. You go to Rule 72 to Rule 73 on the content of the speech, and I'll give you your time. Contents of a speech. A speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. We are discussing reports. We are not discussing general issues in the education sector. So as a member of the education sector, education committee, you are only limited to issues outside that. Rule 204, sub rule 2, does not allow you to discuss your report. So go straight on the report of PAC. That's where you can only contribute. And unfortunately, these are your rules. They are not mine. So anything outside PAC, you cannot bring it, unfortunately, Honorable. It is not part of the PAC report. I wanted to give you opportunity if it is part of PAC report.
The issue is about corruption, but it was not included in the report of the PAC.
Then that's PAC. We are talking about accountability. Corruption is the right thing.
Yes, during our oversight to Northern Region, we paid courtesy call at Sir Samuel Baker Senior Secondary School.
No, that's then that's out, Honorable, because we are discussing.
But it is in a bad situation. It is a.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Honorable colleagues. I have a difficult job here. Okay, but the problem, you're the ones who gave me rules that I must operate in, and we must remain within those rules. I'm sorry. Now you are going to go into your visit and what? And Rule 204 does not allow you, my sister, unfortunately. Yeah. So, Honorable Remigio Achia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I have done enough exercise this evening. Mr. Speaker, I have just been thinking, what is the take-home from this Public Accounts Committee report? Mr. Speaker, listening to what the report says, and I want to thank Ivumbi for this. Definitely, I will agree with Kabanda. We must forward this report to the relevant authorities that have other action points. CID should take action, IGG. We cannot just talk and then leave at this point. We must take action like we have done with a few other reports. Number two, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of policy, let the minister really come out clearly, Minister of Education, that our young professors should not be retired at that age of 60 years. That one actually should come. This is also in this report. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, there is a constituent college of Gulu University in Karamoja. 10 years ago, the president established a Mount Morto University in Karamoja 10 years ago. And he wrote a detailed note on what kind of university he wanted in Karamoja. He said this university must specialize in water resources management. This university must look at the issue of minerals, because Karamoja has over 50 commercial and industrial minerals. And you should be asking us where are the minerals. We have started on limestone, which is actually the limestone we have in Karamoja, is said to be the quantity that can take Uganda 300 years, over 300 million metric tons, and we have been relying on HIMA with 23 million metric tons to handle this country. Why don't we put that national university?
Conclude that point only.
Can we not make that university? We don't want development studies, other things. We're not interested in that. Bring young people to Karamoja to study minerals, to study water resources management, to study livestock health. Madam Minister, we want that university up and running. Mountains of the University, which started 3 years ago, is now getting 30 billion. In the last 5 years, we have given that constituent college only 6 billion to build a faculty. How come we are being bypassed like every day? When the Honorable Hall says that if you don't give education to some people, we are just actually killing the whole region. We need education. And not education, just as my brother said, that not education for Karamojong children, education for young people who are interested in geology, water resource management, for the whole of Uganda, in order to unlock the potential that is in that part of Uganda. You should be begging us to help you to develop this country. Not us begging you to come and do things like that.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Moses Godi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first one is related to policy of the policy related to primary schools. We have 44 44 parishes, but we have about 18 schools only. My request is at least add us some 3, which are Ochero, Aira, and Obwola. At least 3 we add on to that. Then we go to the policy related to the seed schools, secondary. I request that we handle ad-hoc seed. This one I'm passionate because it was being handled by my late MP, and that was a key area she was following. Please handle ad-hoc seed. I thank you for butter seed, which I thank Obua, Mr. Honorable Obua for opening, but it has no electricity. So that argument of having electricity in those areas, I really thank you. Lastly, I come to the issues of the university. Now, these university issues, I've seen the cost about 1 trillion, that's what they've said. Yet the gap of people to teach is a lot. That shows you that we must have some innovative ways of handling things. The first one is we need to digitalize, use digitalization for training. Right, Honorable Speaker, sometimes some people think I'm an agriculturist, but I've really trained myself in agriculture-related issues related to YouTube. What is the competition we are going to find in this world of universities?
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you very much for giving us an extensive debate on education and basically PAC. I want to thank the chair of the committee and the members. And let this be on record, Mr. Speaker. There is no valid reason the First Lady will give not coming to Parliament as a minister and attending committees of Parliament. Members of Parliament, chairpersons of committees cannot be summoned by a minister. That one is null and void ab initio. So, one time we are invited to attend the First Lady at Kololo as members of Parliament of the Committee of Education. We rejected. So that one, as a Committee of Education, we agreed we shall continue doing our work. The onus is the Minister of Education failing to appear before the committee. Records will remain there. Mr. Speaker, the issue we should address seriously, and it is factual, is that these universities came politically. And after coming politically, they are there. How do we make them survive? We shall continue lamenting, crying, but the products will come out and will affect each and every one of us. We know what is in Makerere, we know what is in Imbarara Masti. There are challenges. Some of these universities, like Soret University, the intention and the course units that we are prepared for that university, they are diverting away from them because they have to get students to study. We have to go back and address these factors. Mr. Speaker, sir, and Honourable Minister, the issue of recommendations of the committees are very pertinent. Let us look at why do we have accounting officers who are having godfathers? Committees of Parliament make recommendations. This person should be sacked. They should be incriminated, but they continue serving. We should not protect those people. They should leave office and be arrested, taken to through our recommendations, the way the Kazindas were taken there and the others. Violence and mischarge should not be even appearing any further. Honourable Minister, you know how we handled that. We used to work together when I was in the park. Then I'm back there. These are areas that should not be appearing any further because they have directive procedures that must be followed to be carried out by an accounting officer. If you want to make a mischarge, a violation, you seek authority from the Accountant General, and then you proceed. Mr. Speaker, on page 25 of the Honor Mwanga report, the issue of land. I don't know how you are going to direct, it will be within your discretion, Mr. Speaker, whether you want to put a select committee, but all these recommendations on land, getting land titles, demarcating land, and we save land of these institutions should be given first-hand attention. Either the Committee of Education where I belong, We move, we give us time to go and carry out a status report on the land issue of institutions. When it comes to municipalities, cities like Kampala, a lot of land is being taken over and head teachers have nothing to say because they fear losing their jobs. Of course, these reports, honorable members, I want to thank the honorable minister. You look at the report by the Committee of Education. The 3 months we gave you, you utilize them further to give us a formidable report basing on this so that we solve the issue of having dilapidated institutions. The chairman of budget committee is there. I went to that committee as the shadow minister of education. And I was asking, I went and gave them my statistics of the schools in Karamoja region, of the teachers required, the science teachers and the arts teachers. I gave them the figures. I said, let us look for something that can make these teachers feel happy. But Karamoja specifically as a region, because it has challenges of children refusing to go to school and coming to Kampala, we put some money to prepare food for these children. It is possible. Children in the Karamoja region refuse, they first wake up in the morning, they peep. Once they see no smoke at school, they know there is no food to eat. Some of them refuse to go to school. But you just need the sacks of beans, a sack of posho and some sugar. Then you fire, you give them something to eat hot at school, they continue. Lastly, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that all the reports given here, they cater for teaching of our children. Let us make the learning environment better. There is nothing that attracts children at school other than giving them a learning environment. Sports, football, music, and all that. The moment you have that, children will be there at school. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I was a music teacher.
But how many times will you
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. We are Honorable Soke employed me also, but she was winning us. But in the music, there is what we call training of a choir from zone level up to national theatre. You go on improving motifs as you win. By the time you come to national theatre, you are really exhausted. You cannot add anything in the dance or in the folk song. We have done each and everything. Now the onus is on you, finance and government, not finance, because already for you have given the answers, to see how we incriminate these thieves and we get a lasting solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Maybe I just want to make a clarification for purposes of the record to be clear. The Minister of Education has never summoned a committee of education. She wrote requesting to meet. So that's, no, please, I don't want us to put politics in this, okay? How, if we interpret as being summoned, so she requested, and I want the answer to capture it clearly that way. I don't want us to have a misleading record. Now, Honorable Minister, I have two ministers whom I want to give responses. On accountability issues, they are not your issues. That's why you're required to give a treasury memorandum. It's for accounting officers. They will answer, and they appear before the committee. So your role is to ensure you implement recommendations, not to defend them here. So I don't expect you to be responding to accountability issues. But you can comment on issues of northern Uganda, and then the Minister for Finance, generally issues of... Let me take Minister for Education, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I want to start with the good news. Yesterday, I presented a statement. I presented about the capitation grant. The good news that I want to bring on this floor, as we are discussing yesterday, all the DOs were compiling the list of the districts that have disbursed, they have sent money to schools. And as we speak, by yesterday, more than 50 of the districts have all sent money to the schools. So go today, rest assured, knowing that money has gone to most of the district. By the end of this week, most districts will receive the money. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, allow me first of all to thank you so much for the passion you have for education, and I want to thank you for guiding and for making fundamental contributions for improving the sector on issues on loan, scholarship, the new courses, and what have you. And colleagues, the issues that have been raised, I may say one of them is really, it needs policy directions and policy reforms. Policy directions like the issues concerning student loan scheme that is related to policy. Two, the issues of university and other tertiary institutions policy. This policy is right now under review. Some of the issues discussed here will be captured in the review of that policy concerning the universities. Number three, we have the Education Review Commission that is looking at the education in totality to see which direction we all wish to take. So I want to believe some of the issues discussed here will be captured by the Education Review Commission, which probably at appropriate day we will all love to listen to the direction of policy which we will take. Some of the issues are also in the curriculum review, which of course will definitely reach on this floor. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues discussed here are related to funds for effective implementation. For example, before this floor passed the homosexuality bill into law, the ministry had gone very...
Anti-homosexuality.
The
Yes.
anti-homosexuality. Thank you for that correction. The Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, has gone very far with the GPE, that is Global Partnership for Education grant and law under World Bank. And this was a grant to support the primary education in infrastructure and many other innovation. You recall, once that law came in place, World Bank, much as it was grant, it was loan which was considered, every progress was closed. But as the leaders, as the stakeholders, we believe when God closes one door, he will always open another door for solution. Thank you. We also have issues of fund with the UDB loan. For example, the Muni University Administrative Block, Muni University Science Multipurpose Health Science Lab Block, those were under UDB, African Development Bank, and many other universities. But when the project came to an end, we could not further proceed with further loan. That is how the infrastructure in many universities came to stand still. Nevertheless, we are using government of Uganda funds to see how far we could take that construction to completion. Some of the things that needed funding, like the coding. So far we have 46 secondary schools and 38 primary schools for coding. Since the funds were provided, that is what we could code. But we're hopeful that come subsequent financial year, we shall get more money for more coding of school. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues are administrative that can be handled with my ministry, and we will try to implement. But permit me just a few highlight of a few things on seeds. On seed
1 minute.
On seed secondary schools, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been said. But what I can say, among the 232 seed schools we are constructing in the country under UGIFT and 116 under USIP, we also have 9 secondary schools that we are expanding. A case in point of Mvara, we have Mometo, Sir Samuel Becker, I think, is one of them, but I need to cross-check, and many others across the country. So not everything is lost. We still have funds to expand the secondary, the old schools. And I may say that, Mr. Speaker, the rationale of having the policy of 1 secondary school per sub-county is to bring the schools closer to the learners so that they can go as day scholars. They move from home, they study and come back. The same with primary schools. To have in a parish, a primary school, a child can run home, come, run home, come. So that was the rationale, and it is.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
I think I may not answer all what has been raised. You can see many people raise, and I'm alone to respond to at a subsequent time. We will respond to some of these issues, Mr.
If you
Speaker.
could act on the recommendations of the committee, you would have done a great job. That's what they not more explanations, but more action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister for Local Government first, then I go to Finance.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Our work is intertwined because the local government is the engine of implementation of government programs, and I want to commit to you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, that we are trying our best. For example, there is a fund called DDEG, District Development Equalization Grant. So we are emphasizing that let this grant be used for at least making titles, because all our schools, religious institutions are losing land to grabbers. So I promise to put some of these things in writing so that you can be able to strictly monitor when you go for your outreach work. Then I had a lot of lamentations on creation of new administrative units. It's the cause of why our parishes are not coded. The explanation to this is develop hope they will be coded. The reason they are not coded, they were put in place by Electoral Commission to ease the election distances. But the law says we have to code them after a general elections, and the management is coded in the system. Then we pass on to Musasizi for financing. So now that the elections are coming, we are going to code them. They will elect, and then to Musasizi for funding. So that is the reason. On incomplete projects, we have mounted a lot of war. In fact, some of our cows are in prison as we talk. We join hands, and it's not only schools but also administrative units. Personally, I have declared not to begin reporting anything to IGG. The law empowers us, even you. If you find anything incomplete, call police, because these cases will meander and take years without getting finished. Then on the wage bill, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to assure you that we are not redundant as local government. We have moved even to nullify illegal recruitment. And we are not waiting for public service because we are the supervisors of these workers. But I want to clear one thing, and I'm not defending education. There is someone who rose a point that people who volunteer get peanuts, they are not picked. I want to give you an example of schools in my district, even in the neighboring. Simply inform the Ministry of Education, they will come. But those who will not measure, those who will not have qualifications, will not be given opportunities. They have interviewed people in Karangura St. Joseph's, but 5 were dropped. They interviewed people in Kasenda Seed School, but 5 were dropped. So invite them, they will take, but take according to the policy.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I beg.
Honourable Minister, on the one of DDEG, the Minister of Lands is moving around giving titles. Free titles to residents, to individuals, to what? Now, the little money you have for these schools, for districts to help them run activities, you're saying they should use it to process titles. Why don't you work with the Minister of Education, Minister of Lands, to give these titles? That's for you. That's for you. Take note. But I was, yeah. So, Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank Honourable Chivumbi, the chairperson of Park Central, for the good report, and the committee
which of course he works with. I also want to thank Honorable Kubeketeja Kube for the chairperson of the Committee on Education for also bringing out the key issues affecting the sector. Mr. Speaker, I am so passionate about the Public Accounts Committee, where I served for 7 years and a half as a member. And I'm so passionate about the Office of the Auditor General, where I chaired the subcommittee which supervises that office for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I remember way back when I was in Park with Cassiano, Honorable, as chair, we experienced the same situation which Honorable Chivumbi is facing. The Auditor General is also a human being. He is prone to some gaps here and there. But being a staff of Parliament, being an office of Parliament, when these situations occur, there is a way we use it to deal with them. I want to invite my friend Honorable Chivumbi not to kill our officer. Let's always have an engagement in your office before the meeting when we see the gaps. That's how we would deal with them. Sometimes we would ask him to go back and review some files. He gets us good conclusions which would help us move forward. Please don't kill our own. I really appeal to you to support the Auditor General's office to improve. My point too, Honorable Chivumbi has agreed with me on budget management, especially on the use of the non-wage budget. I really want to appreciate him for that. Colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, we know we have not funded these entities to the extent they would wish, but also following them, looking at them, to ensure that what we give them is properly utilized is fundamental. And Honorable Chivumbi does not miss any word or any action on this. I want to really appreciate him. Mr. Speaker, ever since I was taken away from the back bench, I no longer have an opportunity to speak as I used to. But I want to thank Honorable Cooper. Honorable Cooper Elijah today has represented the case which is in my constituency. I have a very poor woman who struggled to educate her child in our rural school, one of our rural schools in Uganda. And this child did PEM and scored 17 points. He was not admitted on the normal government sponsorship. He applied for a loan scheme at Mbara University of Science and Technology. This boy was not taken. Imagine 17 points from Ubale Secondary School in the village, PEM, sciences, you are admitted for science, you are not taken. Here we are, the woman starts crying as MP, have to look for something small, other people. When we have the scheme, when we pass this, the act that established the loan scheme, I usually to sit somewhere there. We vehemently supported this idea. But here we are, you hear what is happening. I want to thank you, Honorable Okupa, for bringing some of these things. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, commitment from finance. Pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act, we shall definitely do the, you call it what? Treasury?
Yeah, treasury.
Memoranda. A statement of action which we have required our accounting officers to undertake in implementation of the Auditor General's recommendations. The last one, last. Honorable Dr. Kefa Chiwanuka said that last time, recently we passed omnibus. Mr. Speaker, unless the rules have changed, the audit report submitted by the Auditor General is supposed to spend 6 months in this Parliament. The moment 6 months pass, it is deemed to have been considered by this House, and all his recommendations and observations are carried. And I want to believe that is why you, as the presiding officer, had to work around the clock to beat this deadline. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I have also got a chance to share my experience and speak my feelings about some of these things. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on the State of Public Universities, Tertiary Institutions, seed secondary schools and public sports facilities in northern Uganda be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, since we are going into budgeting and all that, let's give you 6 months to bring an action taken report on the same, because most of these recommendations, you need time. Okay? Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee's Central Government on the report of the Auditor General on Public Universities and Tertiary Institutions for the year ended June 2023 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you're required indeed to bring a treasury memorandum as provided for under the PFMA and our rules of procedure. Now, Honorable Chivumbi, on page 25, you are saying we think of granting you time on investigating around matters, but I think you have a lot as a committee. You have so many entities to process with the reports. So let's assign it to the Committee on Education. Okay? The Committee on Education that should report back. Honorable Kube, I don't know how much time you think you need. I want you to do it before going into the budgeting process, so 1 month should be enough. Yeah, 1 month's time, and you give recommendations. We come here and ensure we handle the issues. Now, honorable colleagues, next week we have these accountability committee reports. I want us indeed to avoid the situation of what Kefa Honorable said. I would want us to debate them the way we've debated. Okay? So you will have to bear with me that sometimes I'll be taking you for wrong. So since you've said it's okay, I'm going to handle item 7, but we receive the report summary of it, just summary, then you have time to go and read it. Then on Tuesday, we start, okay? We start to debate on it, just receiving, okay? Then you have time to read it, because also when you receive a report, that same day you debate it, sometimes you don't internalize. But I also ask the clerk, please, all accountability committee reports which are ready, upload them on the system so that members can read early. When you hear reading, members have already gone through, and we continue with the debate. So, clerk, we don't have much time, honorable colleagues, now. Chief Whip, you had an issue? Yeah, did you have an issue? Later. Okay. So, no, please.
Item 7 on the other paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on the referral hospitals and specialized institutions for the year ended June 2023.
Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank members for their reports. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Park Central, on the Auditor General's report on referral hospitals and specialized health institutions for the year ended June 2023.
Just Honorable, let me interrupt you. I request Honorable Nakut and then Honorable Gilbert Oranya write for me down all the members who are in here. When we start the debate on Tuesday, I give them first priority because they were here. Okay? Continue, Honorable.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I also beg to lay the minutes of the meeting. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll try to summarize this report in the interest of time. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm giving a summary of the report on health. And I'll be quite very fast. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll leave the preliminary issues. Right Honorable Speaker, we recall those are routine things. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go to performance of NTR in regional referral hospitals. Government expected regional referral hospitals and other specialized health institutions to collect a total of 34 billion 556 million as NTR from the 22 referral hospitals as per the table below. However, there are 22 referral hospitals. We were expected to collect 34 billion 56 million. However, only 28 billions 94 million, which is 82%, was collected, leaving a variance of 5 billion 962 million out of, and this is a big issue, Right Honorable Speaker, out of the NTR collection of 28.094 billion, 26.972 was transferred to Treasury, leaving a balance of 1 billion 122 million not transferred to Treasury. These funds are expected to be collected to support government of Uganda's budget. Thus, the collected amounts are supposed to be transferred to the consolidated fund for appropriation by Parliament as prescribed under Section 30 of the Public Finance Management Act. So there are entities that collected money and never transferred the money to the consolidated fund to a tune of 1 billion 122 million. I will not conclude in the report that is illegal. Absolutely illegal to collect money and you fail to transfer. On the table I've put down, Masaka Hospital had budgeted to collect 472 million. It collected 698 million, a variance that is the difference of 226 million over and above what was budgeted. But it transferred 389 to the Treasury and remained with 309 million not transferred, contrary to the law. Entebbe This is a bit confusing. Entebbe had budget to collect 1 million. 1 billion. 1 billion, but collected 681 million, a variance of 319. It transferred 679 million, which is over and above of what it collected. Okay? Mbale Hospital collected 35, budget to collect 35 million. It collected all, transferred all. Naguru, budget to collect 36 million. It collected 233, transferred 200 and Naguru Hospital. It is Naguru Hospital 36. It is supposed to be 360 million. Yes. Yeah, it is, yes, with 1 0 it is, yes. It is 360 million. Million, not billion. Million. It collected 233, variance of 127. It transferred 232, less only 1 million. So Ginger budgeted to collect 886. It collected 424, variance of 462, transferred all the money. Mubende planned to collect 150. It collected 151, transferred 150. Fort Potro
Honorable, that's a good sample.
That's a good sample.
Yeah.
So from that table, honorable colleagues, you are able to see the monies that they were collected and they were being transferred. What is noted is at the top, it is at the very end, where 1,122 million was collected and not transferred. And it should be noted that the monies not transferred to the treasury, the accounting officers could not still account for them. But when you read the main report, you'll find the responses of the accounting officers. So basically, the 1,122, for example, in Masaka Hospital, which had 5 accounts where they were keeping public money, most likely all that money was embezzled. The committee noted 7 hospitals overperformed. Counting officers attributed to overperformance of NTR to improved services, low targets set by Minister of Finance, because sometimes the Ministry of Finance would set them the targets. They set low targets, and increased patient numbers and to the hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, there's something we will get in the main report, those of you who will read it, that part of the increase of NTR in public hospitals is the charge being placed on basic medical services that could ideally, so critical in diagnosing of diseases, MRI, those other equipment, the scanners, everything now to access, they charge. So this increase in NTR is basically because the basic accessible medical equipment in all hospitals today, they charge you. And that's a key point. Later on, it's not a positive on that note. So people do not cheer up that the NTR is in hospitals where you want to X-ray, MRI, whatever equipment, they charge you, and those who can't afford, you know what happens. NTR transfer to Treasury. The Auditor General noted that 2 entities, including Uganda Blood Bank Transfusion Services and Moroto Regional Referral, did not transfer their NTR to the Treasury. On the other hand, only six entities, including Mbale, Jinja, Gulu, Hoima, Kawempe, Soroti regional hospitals, and Uganda Cancer Institute, transferred all their collected NTR to the Treasury. The committee observed that underperformance in NTR negatively affects the implementation of planned activities. The committee further noted that accounting officers that did not meet the budgeted NTR targets or budget for NTR at all contravened Section 4, subsection 10(2) of the Treasury Instructions 207. Further, the Ministry of Finance failed to provide proper revenue targets to some regional referral hospitals. In other instances, low NTR targets were set, ignoring other revenue sources like hospital private wings. Committee recommendation. NTR targets should be set in consultation with both the accounting officers and the Ministry of Finance to enable realistic NTR budgeting. The accounting officer should institute mechanism to ensure that all billed NTR revenue is fully collected during the period in which it relates. The Ministry of Finance should always make prompt response to request of NTR revision by entity. The accounting officer should consider all their NTR sources at NTR budgeting to avoid cases of NTR under collection. Performance of government warrants. The Auditor General reported that government had allocated a total budget of 558.10 billion to 19 regional referral hospitals and 5 specialized health institutions. Out of this, 554.81 billion was warranted, which is 98.310, implying a shortfall of 9.426 billion, which is only 2%. The detailed breakdown of this figure per hospital is under Table 2 of the main report. The committee noted that 16 entities received less than their budget. These include Mulago, SWNH, Mulago Specialized Women Hospital, Mulago National Regional Referral Hospital, Uganda Art Institute, Kirudu, Butabika, Masaka, Entebbe, Mbale, Naguru, Jinja, Mubende, Kabale, Mbarara, Gulu, Lila, Moroto regional referrals. The committee observed that revenue shortfalls inhibited the effective implementation of the entity's planned activities and thus affecting service delivery. Revenue shortfalls further places spending pressures on entities, which promotes diversion and mischarge of funds. The committee recommends that government should always fully release funds as approved and in a timely manner to all referral hospitals. Utilization of warrants. Many accounting officers attributed their underutilization of resources where we've put ACT, you go to the main report. Many accounting officers attributed underutilization of resources to late releases of resources from Ministry of Finance. The existing ban on recruitment and delayed recruitment recruitment by Health Service Commission, excess release by Ministry of Finance, Igi Mbare Referral Hospital, and delayed supply of goods and services, among others. The committee observed that under-absorption of funds does not only distort planning and budget implementation, but it also it denies services to other deserving beneficiaries. The committee recommends that pursuant to Section 45 of the PFM 2015, accounting officers should adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST. This is a standard one. We have recommended there. Implementation of outputs. Honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, during the financial year under review, the Auditor General assessed the level of implementation of outputs, general referral hospitals, and other spending activities, or did not implement at all, despite having received the required funds for the entities and spent them. Detail of this per the entity can be found on Table 5 on the main report. Honorable colleagues, get interested in Table 5. Table 5 is the source of abuse of public funds. This is where an entity is given money, full amount of money, it utilizes it for specific activities and outputs, and they are not implemented. Instead, they divert the money. So the details are in Table 5 of the main report. The committee noted that non-implementation of planned activities implies that specialized services to the expected services to the beneficiary communities were not attained. It also points to cases of diversion, misallocation of funds by the accounting officer since they received the monies and spent them. In the earlier submission by members here, people tried to justify that this diversion could be for beneficial use. It is illegal. If you are to divert money, if you are to do environment, the PFM tells you on how you can via. Anything outside the law is illegal by extension. And the audit report we do is a financial audit. We don't do a value for money audit. The committee further observed that although the Auditor General mentioned the sampled number of outputs which were with their respective activities, the corresponding funds allocated for their implementation were not indicated by the auditors, making it difficult for the committee to determine the level of diversion and waste. Relatedly, some outputs and activities that were partially implemented could not be quantified due to generic nature of reporting. For instance, Mbarara Referral Hospital had 15 outputs out of 29 activities partially implemented, but no value was attached to the partial implementation. Therefore, the committee found it difficult in ascertaining the funds unutilized in relation to each entity. The committee recommends that accounting officers with partially implemented or unimplemented outputs should be held responsible for the action, inaction, omission that occasioned the anomaly. 2. The committee further recommends that accounting officers should always itemize and cost activities for easy tracking and accountability. Delayed delivery of drugs. The Auditor General, honorable colleagues, in account, when you go there, we have established the amounts of money that were diverted in the main report, as we did on referral hospitals. And the sums are there for each hospital, how much was diverted, mischarged, and possibly embezzled. Those details are in the main report when you read them. 5. Delayed delivery of drugs. The Auditor General examined stores record of Fort Portal, Mubende, Mbale Referral Hospital and reported delays in the delivery of medicines and sundries by the National Medical Store. Fort Portal Referral Hospital particularly had delays between 19 to 61 days. Mubende Hospital, over 6 months. Arua Hospital, 9 to 46 days. Mbar Hospital, 15 to 69 days of delay. This is nearly committing people to death when you do this. Yes, you could, when you read the detailed report to the Minister of Health, it's a little emotional as you go around it. The accounting officers explained that the issues that had been raised before the Parliamentary Committee on Health had been redressed. However, this persisted, which is affecting service delivery. The committee observed that the National Medical Store failed at its duty to make prompt deliveries, which led to drug stock outs and disruptions in treatment schedules. You can imagine people with HIV who have specific schedules to receive these medicines. You delay, you worsen their situation. Long time effective delivery of health care services as it creates shortages. Therefore, the committee recommends that the National Medical Store be reprimanded for the delayed delivery of drugs to hospital. 3 months, it's a lot of time. Utilization and maintenance of medical equipment. 1. Honorable colleagues, idle medical equipment. Paragraph 522 of the National Medical Equipment Policy 2009 on operation of medical equipment states that all health workers are responsible for ensuring that equipment is used well and maintained properly. However, the auditor noted that some medical equipment in some hospitals had remained unutilized, yet they were in proper working conditions. Delays of this equipment and where they are located is found on table 6 of the main report. I invite honorable colleagues to go on table 6. You will see which equipment in our hospitals are equipped. They are there. They are well, they are non-functional. The committee observed that hospitals lacked specialized personnel to operate some of the machines, thereby rendering them idle. For instance, Fort Portal had no orthopedic surgeon or a trained surgeon to operate the C-arm and endoscopy machines, respectively. While Mulago National Women's Specialized Hospital had no renal physician. Renal nurses to operate the dialysis machine, even after its installation. This is coupled with poor planning for hospitals to acquire machines without personnel to operate them. Idle machines deny the community proper health service delivery and expose the machinery to wear and tear over time. The committee noted that the hospital's budget for maintenance of medicine equipment is inadequate to address all the challenges as they fall due. Medical equipment is inadequate to address all the challenges as they fall due. There was laxity by accounting officers to address the concerns at least through seeking supplementary funding as provided for. The committee further observed that the Ministry of Health failed in its duty to supply and install oxygen plant and ICU, thereby rendering the equipment non-functional. Redundancy of equipment denies services to patients and contributes to obsolescence of the equipment. The committee recommends that the government should provide adequate funds for installation and maintenance. Right, honorable colleagues, all the machines in referral hospitals, the ICU beds, on all referrals that were procured painfully during COVID, none is functional in any referral hospital. And so many of them are lying. You read the full report. For Mulago Hospital, it has a capacity of 28 beds that are functional. But those that are installed capacity, that lack hanging because of the ceiling and whatever, are 48. So when you read this full detail on health, honorable colleagues, I invite you to read the full report. You've spent so much money to procure this equipment, they are rotting away.
So thank you, honorable. I think with that, let us go, we read the full report. Okay?
Yes. So right honorable colleagues, right honorable speakers, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Well done, well done. And honorable colleagues, please, let's go, we read the report so that we submit from the report. Chief Whip, you had said there's something you had wanted to comment on, and we conclude.
Right Honorable Speaker, mine is to thank you for the stewardship, but more importantly, commend my big brother, Honorable Seungu, for providing leadership as acting leader of opposition. I wish to undertake, and I commit, because from the way you provided leadership, you are a very serious member of this House. I therefore wish to undertake to inform your other friend that you are a very serious member of this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, honorable colleagues, thank you so much for your patience, for giving us this time. We've pushed, our strategy is to push as much as we can. Then we also save some time, because campaign time has already started. To save some time, we always save of some 1 week, 2 weeks, for you to be able to touch base with your voters. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.